Join me as I dive into the world of young adult fantasy and challenge myself to find the most epic audiobook Meta Essence Gacha in Marvel. What if you could dive into a world where magic and adventure await at every turn? Start the chapter, listen carefully. This is final chapter, listen all chapter for your better experience. Now let's start. Oops. Thor cringes at what happened. Don't worry, I got this. Eidolon stopped the shards from falling and fixed the windows easily enough before the two depart, each on in a direction. See? Fragile. He murmurs under his breath. New York, a certain guy was eating something from a food truck, sitting on a table close to the sidewalk when suddenly Eidolon himself appeared hovering above him. The guy looks up, moving his cap a little so that he can see the source of the shadow that suddenly blocked the sun on his table, only to sigh at the sight of Eidolon. Now you're doing this on purpose. He shakes his head in resignation. I told you a cap is a horrible disguise for you, Cap. Eidolon says with a smile on his voice and sits unceremoniously in front of Captain America. It was working just fine. Steve Rogers removes the cap and puts it on the table, cringing a little at the gasps of surprise from people around him. He is still unused to the attention. Don't separate yourself from the people, Captain. Sometimes it's good to feel the good energy that we gave to them flowing back, you know what I mean? It can motivate us to keep going. Eidolon comments. Entire generations exist because of you. They are grateful for that. It doesn't make your sacrifice a little easier to endure. Captain America was not sure how to answer that. Yes, sometimes seeing the people around him enjoying the freedom that he and his companions fought so hard to protect is all he needs to win the day. Well, maybe I was talking too much. Only you know what you're going through. Maybe you only want to be left alone and mind your own business, and here I am being a busybody. The black-clad hero laughs. No, I appreciate the concern. There are really few people nowadays that I can have a good and honest talk. Steve says, nothing brings people together like stopping an alien invasion led by the Norse god of lies. The two laugh. So every time that I go out will I need to fear you appearing to reveal my disguise in front of other people? Steve asks with a raised eyebrow. Pretty much yes. Eidolon admits shamelessly, but it was coincidence really. I saw you by chance when I was going to the helicarrier. By the way, aren't you staying in Washington? Sometimes I come here just to see the city. New York is my home. Steve admits, a good decision. You're a brave man for facing this strange world, Captain. I know a good therapist, by the way, if you're interested. Eidolon suggests, no, I'm good. Don't dismiss it that easily. Think about it a little. Eidolon interrupts. I remember that a certain member of the Howling Commandos was the first to look seriously into the PTSD issues. Everyone thinks that they don't need a therapist till it helps a little. And if it helps just a little, it will be worth it. I will think about that. Eventually, Steve agrees. Thank you then. You would be surprised at how many problems can be solved if people just talked. Eidolon sighs almost morosely. Oh yeah, I still need to go to the helicarrier, but now I don't feel like it. Then Eidolon appears to smile playfully. Why don't bring them here, right? He says to Steve before looking around, can any high-clearance SHIELD agent come here to talk with me? It's very important. He says in a loud voice while looking around, thank you. Then he goes back to talk with Steve like it's all normal. What? Do you think it will not work? Eidolon tilts his head and asks, no, I hate that it will work. Steve sighs while grabbing his drink. Did they tell you about your neighbor? Yes, they told me. I was very angry. Steve says, his voice a little tight. I can imagine. Eidolon nods. It's a sore spot, this one, but he needs to ask, did you went to see her? Eidolon asks in a more subsided tone. It's Peggy Carter. The talk went here because SHIELD put her niece to watch over Steve, so obviously he knows about who Eidolon is talking about. Yes. He says after some time. No words are needed to say anymore. Eidolon doesn't ask how it went or any other details, he just nods. Like I said, you're a brave man. They talked a little more about light subjects, Eidolon telling some fun stories of heroism and strange situations he encounters. By the way, do you want to bet if SFLD will arrive here in under a minute? Eidolon asks playfully. That's a losing bet. Steve scoffs. Normally they would already be here. Then a high-level agent is really coming. Eidolon says, how about bet on who is coming? Natasha or Fury? Or Barton? Maybe Coulson? Fine. $10 on Natasha. Steve agrees and puts the money on the table. Deal. And I bet that the Black Widow and Fury will come. Eidolon laughs. That is, son of a gun. Steve already accepted his loss. You're not cheating with your powers, right? Took you long enough to be suspicious. Eidolon still thinks Steve is a little gullible, but I would not cheat in a bet between friends. It's not even that much money anyway. Like on cue, less than a minute later a black SUV pulls up close to them loudly and Natasha Romanoff leaves the car together with Nick Fury and walks to the two sitting heroes. Hi, Eidolon. Steve. Black Widow greets the two like old friends. It's in her nature to act familiar like that with anyone that she knows at least a little. It makes them lower their guard. Normally, Fury would be enough. Eidolon says in a flat tone, don't be like that. Natasha pouts at his cold indifference. A beautiful woman came all the way here to see you. Was Susan Storm coming? Eidolon looks around. I bet it will be funny in the 13th time. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. It's already an inner joke at this point. Every time she says that, Eidolon replies with the same answer but using a different woman. It's his subtle way of calling her ugly. If all other women are more beautiful than her, then she is the ugliest one. Enough chit-chat. Fury interrupts the two. You want to talk with me? He stares at Eidolon with his only functional eye. First, ask for something to eat. Don't just use a table for free. Eidolon says and raises his hand to call the waiter, who nervously comes to their table. Give me a portion of fries with the money I just won from a bet. Eidolon asks the stuttering waiter while showing off the $10 bill. Stealing from a veteran? Natasha asks playfully, exactly like Uncle Sam. Eidolon answers without missing a beat. It's getting better. Especially with Steve here. She points at Captain America. The man's reemergence helped a little with the veteran issue in America. Natasha and Fury, begrudgingly, asked for something to eat too. It's an awkward silence because Eidolon didn't appear to be in a hurry to speak first. We are all busy people here. Fury starts. Don't worry, it will be worth your time. Eidolon interrupts him. I just don't want you to lose your appetite first. Excellent way of calming us. Natasha says sarcastically, wait for the food to arrive. And don't worry, it's not something urgent. As he is talking that, someone shouts from afar, Hey, Eidolon. Enjoying some food, huh? A guy in a truck waves at the hero in a friendly way. More like official business, Kenneth. Eidolon waves back, how is Kathy and the kids? They are all good. Thanks to you. The trucker replies with a smile, that's good to hear. After that, the trucker goes on his way after honking a few times to the hero. Saved him during the invasion. Eidolon explains after noticing the looks of the other three, do you know all the people that you saved by name? Steve asks yes. And the answer surprises him, but is not hard to remember Mr. Kenneth there. Great guy, has a small company, and used the trucks of his fleet to move things during the invasion. When he saw me back then he asked me to check on his family on the other side of the city, because he couldn't get there and was helping people. Eidolon explains, that's very nice. Steve agrees their food eventually arrive, the nervous waiter stuttering a little while putting their order down. Eidolon grabs a fry between two fingers, attracting Natasha's attention. Are you gonna eat that? Natasha asks curiously. Eidolon never eats anything because of his mask. He stares at her and then throws the fry into the air, tilting his head up to catch it. Instead of the mask being retracted, a zigzag line appears on his half-mask. Then the mask opens like the jaw of a beast with pointy teeth. Even with it opening widely, it's impossible to see inside, it's all shadowy black. The fry falls on his mouth perfectly and he eats without a problem while looking at Natasha. One day I will figure out your identity. When it doesn't matter anymore, I will tell you. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. In the end, he would not even give them the satisfaction of discovering his identity. Why do you hide your identity? Stark and others are very open about it. Steve asks, genuinely curious reasons. I have people to protect, but is more in a way to show solidarity to the heroes that don't live in towers. Eidolon explains, making Steve nodding in understanding. Eidolon takes another fry between his fingers, but this time instead of throwing it at his face, a mouth opens on his palm and the fry falls there smoothly after he turns his wrist. Your girlfriend will be a very happy woman. Natasha says with a tone full of innuendo while eyeing the mouth on his palm, right? He matches her energy and to go a little further, he turns his palm to her and a long tongue goes out of the mouth and snatches a fry, like a frog. That's weird. Steve says, yeah, a little. Eidolon admits. He can't even joke a little and Black Widow is now giving him bedroom eyes. Let's talk about something a little more serious now. Finally. Fury complains, but it has little impact when he is enjoying his own food. Eidolon then raises his hand and a transparent bubble covers them for an instant before disappearing. A second later they notice that they can't hear any sound coming from the outside world. Just to keep our conversation private. Eidolon says, neat trick. Natasha praises while watching normally noisy events happening around them, but not hearing anything. Eidolon accepts the praise and morphs his face into a more serious one before speaking. The thing is, Thor just now remembered me that the convergence is about to happen. Eidolon says in a calm tone, the convergence? Fury asks, I focused on Eidolon, I'm already not liking this conversation. Well, to explain it in simple terms. Do you remember when I said, during the invasion, that Yggdrasil is like a cosmic nimbus that connects all 9 realms? So even if they are very far from each other, they are still connected through Yggdrasil and is possible to travel between them pretty easily with the Bifrost. Eidolon gives a summarized explanation to them, nerd talk with Stark and Reed, right? I think I remembered you saying something like that. Natasha says with a frown of remembrance, when Thor's friends appeared, right? Steve apparently remembers too, even if he does not understand the talk has a good memory. Yes. So, Yggdrasil, Bifrost, all that. The convergence happens when all 9 realms and Yggdrasil align, so the boundaries between the planets get even more unclear. He tries to soften the blow the best he could. Unclear? What do you mean, unclear? Natasha asks seriously, frowning. It means that the 9 realms will get even closer. Too close to comfort indeed. The 9 realms will overlap each other in some parts, like they are occupying the same space. Partially at least. As expected, his words shocked the other 3. Ugh, does this place sell vodka? Natasha shakes her head like she is dizzy. What will be the consequences of this? Convergence. Nick Fury jumps to the part that really matters, and how do you stop it? Captain America asks his own important question. Well, there's no stopping it. Eidolon says with a sigh, the convergence is a natural phenomenon, like a tsunami or the aurora borealis. But on a much bigger scale, a cosmic event. And like a sandstorm, we can only crouch down, grit our teeth, and let it pass by us. And he continues after eating another fry, and you're not gonna like it, the consequences are very unpredictable. It can vary by a great margin. There's no records about it? Fury asks, yeah, what Thor said? Natasha adds, the convergence only happens once every 5,000 years, even Thor was not born on the last one, there were not even a lot of humans at that time. And as much the convergence will not destroy the planet, it's hard to imagine the damage that it can cause in today's society. Eidolon answers, what kind of damage are you talking about? What do you think it can happen? Fury asks intensely looking at him, give me your best prediction. He urges Eidolon pauses for an instant, from catastrophic proportions. At least bigger than the invasion. He finally says, we are talking about sharing space with other 8 and much more dangerous planets. An entire city of ours can end up being transported to the realm of the dead, Helheim. If the cold winds of Niflheim hit New York, it could be worse than what happened when Loki invaded with his frost giants. And it will be even worse if the fires of Muspelheim cross to this side. Each other that Eidolon says shocking them more and more, his description is really nothing less than catastrophic, and it can be worse. It can be? Really? Steve asks in disbelief. Yep, now if the realms overlaps it will be possible for our people to end up stranded somewhere in the other 8 realms. But the inverse can also happen. Are you saying that inhabitants of the other realms can fall here too? Fury asks with a stony face. Yes, with luck harmless individuals. But it can be ferocious beasts, evil spirits, or bad people. Eidolon says the last part with a strange intonation. Bad people is a very broad term. Criminals, bloodlust warriors, psychotic sorcerers, warlords, or simply people who will not bow down to Midgard rules and end up creating chaos. All of them are a danger to Earth. Natasha sighs, ah, Fury. I'm not being paid enough for this. Me neither. The one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. says with a very unhappy face, why wouldn't Thor warn us sooner? Steve says, equally in shock, different in perspectives. To him, it's like seeing Halley's Comet. There will even be festivities around the other realms. Midgard is the fragile one. Eidolon explains that the Norse god is not at fault. We are left alone precisely because we are weak. It was all good till now. So we have the short end of the stick this time. Fury says, still unhappy, if we can't stop this. Then what we can do? But he is still focused on the problem. Ahead and does not panic. In a strange way, he trusts that Eidolon has a plan. He would not be talking about the subject so calmly otherwise. We can try to control the affected area. Instead of wormholes appearing all over the globe, we can limit to a small area and stay on guard to protect the rest of the planet. Eidolon says his plan. Steve and Natasha relax a little. It will be much more easy to work like that. Steve says Natasha was calmer for another reason. So you're gonna act like a gatekeeper? She asks, obviously. Any dangerous individual or even cataclysms will not pass by me and affect normal people's lives. He assures them full of confidence, and it will be that easy? Fury is not easily convinced of anything. Well, dealing with the effects of the convergence will not be hard if we narrow down the area affected, but I will need your help to evacuate the designated area. And we will also need to work on how to control the convergence. The hero says, so the most important. Fury comments dissatisfied, we don't even know how to put your plan in motion. Eidolon doesn't care about Fury's rude words. Give me a break, I was only remembered of the convergence half an hour ago. I haven't even started working on this yet, but I will figure something out. And you all should work on that too. Try to contact Dr. Eric Selvig. He says as he eats another fry, if we work separately we can maybe see things the other doesn't see. I will travel to the other side with Thor, so if I'm unavailable you guys can do things without me. How much time do we have? Fury asks, less than a month. Eidolon's answer makes Fury's eye twitch, less than a month? We have nothing yet, we don't even know where to start. Natasha says in a helpless tone, try England. Eidolon suddenly says, making them focus on his again. His eyes are now transformed into the all-seeing eyes of God while he looks at the horizon. England will be the focal point, the place where we will narrow the effects of the convergence. He continues, can't we choose another place? Steve asks, a little worried about the people. A desert or another remote place would be better. Unfortunately no, narrowing to someplace in England is the best we can do. That's why you guys will need to evacuate people after we locate the X, Y, 0, 0 point. Eidolon says and finally stands up. It seems that his business here is over. He has work to do alone. Can't you give something more? England is a big place. Natasha tries to get more information. Eidolon pauses for a moment. Try the Stonehenge. It's not from Earth. Apparently, it comes from another place through the last convergence. I'm not saying it will be the focal point, but it's a start. Take Dr. Selvig there. With those words Eidolon flies away at high speeds, breaking the sound barrier when H is high enough. Agent Romanoff, you know what to do. Fury says while still looking in the direction where Eidolon disappeared, yes, sir. She stands up, more serious now. There's something I can do? Steve asks, for now no. We are like a headless chicken, but we will need Captain America to calm people in the future. Fury says to Steve, and there's always chance of things going bad. So stay sharp, Captain America nods determined. Eidolon/Hector POV. On this same day, I fly through all of England. If someone looks carefully, they would notice that Eidolon's activities are suspiciously focused on this country. Obviously, I will mask my actions by solving crimes around here and in other places accordingly. And I can be really stealthy when I want. The whole big entrance with the I am here is also a good cover-up to the fact that I can fly invisible, intangible, and undetectable. Well, being flashy is kinda cool and puts people at ease. It's starting, I say while floating above in a certain isolated area. I stare forward with my all-seeing eyes of God and reach my hand to the empty air. The space here is slightly thinner. I comment, then I fly a little higher and look at the distance. Gravity is also acting almost imperceptibly weird. What should I do, Master? Cortana asks in my mind. Bring the exoscanners and quantoscopes, and deploy an ADA, anomalous detection array. I instruct her. The exoscanners are calibrated to detect extraterritorial activity in the empty space, so it will take some time to adjust to work on Earth's atmosphere. It's okay, take your time. And you know what? Take the extra ones and put them around Earth. If the convergence is aligning the 9 realms, it means that the line is coming from somewhere, right? I say while looking up, so if we can find from where it's come from, we can calculate the route and speed and even pinpoint the central axis sooner. Cortana gets what I mean fast. I love this woman. And also bring the Xenoscanners and Vita trackers. I add, trying to keep tabs if anyone will come from the other side, Master? This too, but I'm more worried about any humans getting caught in a wormhole and ending up someplace in the 9 realms. A little extra effort to prevent someone's bad fate is worth it. Add the life field sensors in the places that I will flag now. I put a finger on my forehead and show her where I'm detecting the most anomalous activity. We have less than a month. It's a period that can be short and long. I can prepare against the convergence. But I know that it will not end up with only that. Let's go study the inhabitants of the 9 realms' physiology. I announce, and how to kill them efficiently, right? Cortana says with a knowing tone, yes. She knows me too well at this point. I think most will die if you remove their head, Master. She says sarcastically. Space station. Luckily I spent that insurmountable amount of hours copying what I could from the Kamartaj library. He Wang was so suspicious. It was so funny, maybe I should go visit the bald guy sometime. Slap his head a little. Anyway, let's study the 9 realms, more specifically the magic, again, and even more specifically the dark elves. I will not trust that it will be only them that will be a problem, but even so. Let's focus on them. Oh, I knew it. The ether is another thing and not the reality stone. I say out loud after passing through a book. Now I'm 90% sure that it will be like with the Tesseract and the Space Stone. They are 2 different objects, like in the comics, but ugh, where is the reality stone then? Sometimes I envy those MCs of fanfics that follow the MCU to the T. I would have already collected all Infinity Stones at this point. Oh well, not the Soul Stone. Yeah, maybe being different from the MCU is a good thing. Master, Harley is asking to come here? Cortana informs me. The space station is off the limits to most of my summons. It's a dangerous place where I do dangerous stuff. When the summon leaves, it's not easy to come back. One of the reasons they want to leave so badly is that they are kinda confined and have limited places to go. Maybe I should create a disposable base in an asteroid or something. But the station repairs itself. Such a cheat. Bring her here. I give permission to bring Harley. After some seconds, the space some meters to my side shifts, and a transparent double door appears, opening to reveal Harley. It's a portal created by Isabella's powers. There's a whole process to come here. Harley asks Isabella to transport her here. Isabella asks Cortana, then in turn she asks me. Then after my permission, Cortana gives the coordinates to Isabella. Then we move the space station away so that the coordinates become useless. It's not that I'm paranoid, even though I am. But I do not underestimate other people. If I can track strange shifts in space, others can do it too. Panic cotta. Harley shouts and throws herself at me. This nickname is too mouthful. I say it not for the first time as I catch her before she can bring us both to the ground. With her latched on me, I go back to sit in my comfy reclined chair. I want my mouth full of something. She whispers at me, her hand creeping close to my crotch. Behave. I will give you your reward for your hard work later. I reply in kind, grabbing a handful of her ass. We have a short intimate moment before going back to normal. What you doing? She asks, looking around the hollow screens. There will be a problem in the near future, so I'm studying our potential enemies. I explain. Oh, she looks half interested. So, how it went in the X-Mansion? I guess it ended well even though they didn't trust me at the beginning. She looks annoyed. Well, you can't blame them. Hey! She starts protesting, outraged. Fair enough. But concedes after a second. I give her some pats on the back. At least you are self-aware. Don't worry, actions speak louder than looks and words. Eventually, you will create a reliable reputation because you're good. And did you like being the therapist of superheroes? That's important. It's surprisingly fun. She beams at me. Well, not that surprisingly. Like, come on. But it was very interesting to see how this whole super thingy, or meta as you say, affects someone's psyche. Maybe I will write a paper. She taps her chin with the tip of her finger. It can be a good idea. I can provide and make your life very easy, so find something to occupy yourself. I encourage her. I don't want my people to fall into boredom. I want them to pursue their passion and improve themselves while working under me. How did the sessions go? Are you able to help a little Luara, Rogue, and Jean? I ask while she snuggles on my lap. Well, the first session is just to have them comfortable. We just had some girl talk. She says, her head in my chest, but even feral girl talked a little, so it's a win. In the end, she was even bonding with brooding Batgirl. Laura and Cassandra? I ask strangely. Yep, you can imagine the talk between the two. Her words make me laugh. Most silent interaction in the world. Feral girl has her trauma issues, but it's nothing irreversible. The slow or the fast approach can work. She likes you, you know that. Doesn't this fall in the patient confidentiality contract? I raise my eyebrow at her. Bleh. Harley shows me her tongue. Let's just say that is gossip. Feral girl spent her whole life having a figure of authority ordering her around. She basically doesn't have her own thoughts. The closest to that is with her dead mother and you. You can help her, you know? She respects you. This is strange. So I killed her former bosses, so now I'm her boss. A very simple way to explain her dependency of direction. She will outgrow this. It's the only I say. She has anger issues too. Now I scoff, no surprise. Southern Goth Girl is basically the poster girl of inferiority complex. She basically has the textbook version of it. Now, she will eventually and naturally outgrow it when she stops being an edgy teen, but it can leave some mental scars that can cause social impairment/disability. Harley explains. That's a good analysis. Sometimes I forget that she is good. She likes you too. If you give her a hard fuck and call her beautiful, she will be healed. And here we go. Now I remember why I sometimes forgot that she is a good professional. I don't think that this is a real treatment. Did you know that in the past vibrators were created to treat women's mental problems like hysteria? She argues, defending her unconventional method. Yes, I know that. A good shag from you and that emo girl will be all unicorns and rainbows. And Missy Redhead. Okay. Let's stop here. I interrupt her before she can make things even weirder. I was just gonna say that she is the hardest one to crack, but we ended the session on good terms. But that girl has undressed issues, I tell ya. A lot of undressed issues. Harley's whispers to me in a conspiratorial tone. If only she knew, just try to make her mature enough to handle the pain that she is destined to face. I wish Jean to be strong when the time comes. Harley looks at me from the corner of her eye. I was half kidding about healing those girls using your dick, but why are you so against trying to add them to our little group? Group reads harem. It would not work. You and the others are bound to me through special circumstances. I have all the time in the world to make it work. Which other woman would accept share like this? I shrug. With some exceptions, modern women will not be convinced. This is not an eki world with hentai logic. You would be surprised. Harley whispers before looking at me a little more intensely, "Do you want to know what I think, Mr. H?" Go on. I think you are obsessed with security. You don't give a first step before flying and checking the path from above. What the hell? You are afraid of the trouble and hurt that pursuing a relationship with other women would cause. To you and to them. That's why you are only comfortable in pursuing a relationship with the... Are you therapying me? I ask with an easy smile while pinching her butt cheek. Kaya, this word doesn't exist. She squirms a little under my touch, especially after I start tickling her. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Not anymore at least. It's just that. I know that I have the potential to be a womanizer and seduce a lot of women, but if I do that it would not last. I try to explain my thoughts. Harley on her part stays quiet, a rare moment this one. There's no way that a relationship with the women out there would not be rocky and full of hardships. So I don't actively try so that these hard moments happen in the beginning. Do you get it? The hard part is to start a relationship. Just go on. She says in a different tone of voice. I know what she is doing. I'm suddenly in a therapy session, but I don't care. I will let things to destiny. If it happens, it happens. I shrug. I have a lot of luck with women anyway. Aren't you afraid of losing the opportunity of having a relationship because of your inaction? She asks. No. How can I feel the loss of something that I never have? Is this your true feelings or only a cover-up? She presses. A cover-up. I admit, in truth, I'm a kind of a greedy bastard that wants a lot of girls to love me. Not to put in a harem palace or anything, genuinely love me. And you want to acquire this genuine love without doing anything? She asks while rolling her eyes at me. You're a considerate man, my dear panna cotta. You really think about others first. You think that even the act of courting someone is tricking them into your harem. She pats my head comfortingly. That's accurate. It's not only that. People here are too frivolous in relationships. Remember when I say that I'm greedy? Let's say that I get into a relationship with a girl here. But it doesn't work out, she can't deal with the harem thing and leaves me. I think I will be a little mad when she eventually finds another guy. So, you are afraid of being hurt. She looks at me with that look of, see? No. I only want long-lasting relationships. I'm a serious guy. If I add girls that come and go, this harem will really become what I don't want it to be. This is not the whim of a pervert, it's the serious and planned thought of a guy that will take responsibility for the women who loves him and reciprocates the best he can. I see. She nods to herself. Your perfectionism is showing even in this aspect of your life. But let's talk about his topic later. First, aren't your way of thinking mutually incompatible? She asks. At the same time, you think that you can keep all the women in your harem happy. You think yourself incapable of keeping the women that you conquer in your harem? Strange, no? Son of a... Okay, I need to think a little about it. Well, there are things that I can't give. Like exclusivity. And it would be a perfectly reasonable reason to leave me. I see. A reasonable concern, but you know that this is an uncontrollable aspect of your romantic relationships, right? It's really worth worrying so much about it, instead of focusing your efforts in places that you can improve to make the women of your life happy. If you're honest from the beginning, they will know where they are getting into. And if they agree, just make sure that they don't regret it. But they can suddenly one day decide that they are not okay with the whole sharing thing. It happens all the time in relationships. Suddenly things change and people change opinions. I can't control that. I argue. With the summons, I at least have the security of our bond. Control. Interesting. Let's talk about that. Okay. I interrupt her. Let's stop this surprise therapy session here. You are really good, by the way. I stand up and carry her in my arms. Don't deflect. She says between laughs as I spin her around. Don't worry, I'm not. I say seriously, stopping to look at her in her eyes. I will keep each of your words in my mind and heart and think about them. It's just that is complicated, Harley. Each person is different, I need to know them, trust them, and really like them. To expose myself this way. My harem is a big weakness. The flaw of my character. A gap in my armor. I can't let just anyone know or enter there that easily. I try to explain my thoughts. It's hard, my thoughts also can change. It changed recently thanks to my experience in the One Piece world. It changed after I tried that unconventional method with Harley. But again, I will keep your words in mind. And I'm not afraid of experimenting and hitting a wall, so I will try to put this into practice. I have an idea. A certain someone that I liked and slipped away. And I didn't even put a fight. It's cliché, but real love is worth fighting for. Harley says. Oh, I said the last part loudly. Harley hugs me tightly. Okie dokie, Mistich. Talking as women, you will be surprised how many would accept being your haremedes. I can't help but laugh and roll my eyes. You know Harley? I'm not the only one that naturally makes people fall in love. I give her a peck on her lips. In the beginning, I was only fond of you, but you're making me like you more and more. I think I love you, girl, I confess. At least, I'm loving having her around. Of course you love me. I'm totes adorb. She throws her head back to laugh. Love and Gacha, the former vampire death dealer, now Hector's subordinate, Celine enters her hotel room to find an intruder. No, not an intruder. Sir. She greets him with a nod. Hector is looking down at Monster Metropolis through the window, but he does not come in person. He is not even using his normal appearance. He appears only as a dark smoky silhouette. Once. He started without even taking his eyes off the window. Once when I was a normal teen, I was asked what kind of fantasy creature I would like to be. My answer was a vampire. At the same time, I would hate being a vampire. They have too many weaknesses. Crucifix, holy water, garlic, sunlight, running water, need to drink blood. They can't enter a home without being invited first. Celine finds it a little funny, all those superstitions, but she does not show it on her face. But obviously, my young brain couldn't accept those weaknesses. And with my huge ego, I wouldn't accept less than a vampire that has no weakness, like a true ancestor or whatever. Only this kind I would accept for throwing my humanity away. Do you know that vampires are related to dragons? Drackle. I also like necromancy. She keeps her silence, knowing that he will reach somewhere with this talk. Well, the thing is, vampires are a very broad subject with many powers and variations. Magical, virus, curse, another species entirely. I like that. The broadness of it, but... His voice suddenly gets cold. I would hate being the ones that are no different than animals. Bloodsucker parasites that are not much more than pests. He slowly turns to Celine, the two white circles that represent his eyes staring deeply at her soul. Tell me, Celine, with which type of vampire are we dealing here? The former death dealer gulps imperceptibly. If they were in her former world, she feels like he would exterminate her entire race. A very broad answer. She uses his own words carefully, for what I saw. There are some very bad, most of them truly. But I also met some that are simply living their lives. Very few. She answers truthfully. I see. Hector says slowly, it would be a pity to extinguish a race. He says casually, but he is 100% serious. You can relax. Sorry if I startled you. He says more casually to her. It's that just now when I was sending this astral projection here, I saw a vampire underground party. They are feasting on the humans that they lured there. And in the adjacent room. A slaughterhouse. Even after I cleaned the place, the bad mood didn't go away. It's understandable. The dark projection turns around to face the window again. I don't have a good opinion of this place. I scouted over here briefly and I was met with only disappointment. After checking the palace and seeing the queen having an orgy, I was too disgusted to continue and left. He comments offhandedly, now I dumped this job on you. Sorry. It's no problem. She answers dutifully, oh, I like you, Celine. His sudden words surprised her. I was surrounded by very eccentric people. Know that I don't like it, but it's good to have someone serious like you around. She doesn't know how to take the praise, so she only nods slowly. Now, tell me, how were your days around here? Hector keeps a casual tone like he is just a friend who wants to know some news. Like a soldier, Celine starts narrating her experiences. I received a little prejudice when I arrived here. Oh. Not on the level of being attacked, but I received many unfriendly looks. Isn't this only because you are a new face? This is a closed community after all. Hector suggests, I thought that at first, but later I discovered that is because of the war for dominance that happened here for centuries. The succubi fought the vampires for supremacy, and as you can see, the succubi won. Celine explains, against Dracula? Dracula did not participate for long. Apparently, many high-level vampires did not care. It seems the nobles stay in Europe. Monster Metropolis is beneath Manhattan. Dracula fought for some time and then retreated for unknown reasons. Depending on the timeline, vampire hunters must have occupied his time. Hector deduces. The guy has a lot of enemies. Even Moon Knight. He chuckles, will you have problems staying here? No. The ostracization doesn't go beyond unfriendly gazes and maybe some people trying to pick up a fight. She shakes her head. Vampires are strong and unless they are dumb. Wait, they are. Be prepared for some fights. Celine nods. From the rest it looks like a normal city. Without fair law enforcement, of course. There are lodgings, shops. What is the currency here? Hector interrupts. Outside world currency, it's accepted here without a problem. American dollars and euros. Gold is the best, other precious metals and gems too. But you can also exchange blood and body parts. She says that last part slowly, paying attention to how Hector would react. Oh. She can't say much when he is a faceless projection, but he appears unaffected. I guess they are using it as food or as magic components. Many here are magic users after all. After that, Celine tells Hector the little she knows. Truth be told, it's all something he would discover if he passed an eye over the city more attentively. But he really is not that interested in this city for now, beyond how they treat humans. A city of monsters sounds cool and all. But there are dinosaurs in Antarctica and there's Atlantis. Cooler places. Tell me, Celine, would you like to become queen of this place? Once again Hector says a huge statement with a casual tone of voice. That what? It's okay if you are not interested. I understand there are people that don't want the responsibility and troubles that come with being a leader. Hector waves his hand casually. I can always put another one, or an identity of mine in the place. You can be an enforcer or something. The conversation is going a little too fast for her. Calm down. I'm only saying. It's not like I will go there in that palace and kill everyone to make myself king. He chuckles deeply. I could though. She can almost hear the malicious grin spreading on his face, in whatever place his real body is right now. Anyway, just continue living normally here. Make friends, talk with people, buy things. No need to put yourself at risk, by the way, but I guess this worry is unfounded. After I enhanced you, there's not much here that can hurt you, but don't get complacent. Magic is bullshit. I will be careful. She nods seriously, then the dark projections shifts a little and two black suitcases emerge from Hector's torso. He puts them on the ground and points at one, all kinds of weapons in one. And all kinds of money in the other. Even human organs. And here. He extends his hand and a mask appears on his palm. A black mask without any notable features beyond the two eye-shaped holes, that are also covered by a dark glass. I was playing around with one of my abilities. Trying to create items of powers, I was having a little trouble making them have some sort of connection with the user so that they can be activated at will. Celine accepts the mask carefully. This mask has magic and meta powers that would help a spy. A compulsion to be ignored by people unless you attract attention to yourself, protection against poison and other nasty things, many kinds of detection powers. Hector explains, it will hide that you are a vampire and protect you in other ways. Don't mind if it breaks. It's only a prototype. Hector says he always worries that some of his summons will prioritize other things instead of their lives. To him, their lives are the most important. Thank you. She stares at the mask. Try it? And she does as ordered. The mask fits perfectly and it goes well with her outfit. It combines with you. When I figure out how to make the powers be activated by the user instead of being a permanent passive effect, I will give you the finished product. Much like the pieces of jewelry that are given to Shago and other summons with abnormal features, when you put it the effect starts. Hector is trying to make it more user-friendly, without having to add a button or anything. That's why most of the powers that he puts in items and weapons are passive. Unless he gives life to the item, of course. Don't forget. No need to do much. If you want to enter a group, that's good. If you want to refuse invitations, that's good too. You're strong and I'm backing you up. Collect information till the day we control this place. Shouldn't I try to prevent humans from being killed? Celine asks, her voice a little muffled by the mask. Hector pauses. At first he would say yes, but I'm gonna say something controversial now. He sighs, not that I'm victim blaming, but a good part of those people that are captured by vampires kinda have a part of the blame. I just saw an idiot follow a girl in a shady underground nightclub where he passed through a slaughterhouse and was raining blood. Dude, I know that goth girls are hard to refuse, but... Hector shakes his head. You probably can lure a lot of men to dark places yourself, Celine. What I'm trying to say is that people who failed the natural selection test are not at the top of my list of priorities. Like those idiots trying to summon demons. He warned, and that only made the stupid try harder. The smart ones at least are living relaxed lives without wandering dark places. He facepalms, looking done. No one is safe and we live taking risks. But we have to agree that some risks are bigger than others. Don't get all surprised if you go to a show, a nightclub, or an open music festival and something bad happens. Again, not victim blaming, but I never had my drinks spiked at home, or got in a fight while reading a book in my room. Those places are dangerous because they are prone to put you in dangerous situations. Like walking in a dark alley at night. He groans, maybe is my old soul talking, but what is the fun in a nightclub anyway? Loud music, sweaty unknown people, flashing lights. A drunk idiot bumps into you and then you have a fight in your hands. The idiot can even hold an unreasonable grudge and shoot you later. Celine listens to his rant in silence. He really has an old man's soul. Well, that's why. I'm not gonna turn my back on those idiots with no sense of danger, but we can't do it half-assedly either, Celine. Let's try to deal with the root discreetly. She nods once again. He sighs and looks through the window. If everything goes well, I will not need to commit any war crime. I like vampires. It would be such a pity. Celine shudders for all vampires in the world. Mary Jane Watson is having a little problem. Since she fell off with Hector, her mood has been weird. She has been not sad, more like lethargic, unmotivated. The days pass through her while she stays on autopilot. She feels a sense of loss that confuses her. If she thinks about it, she didn't lost anything. They are barely a thing. But that emptiness is still there. It was such a brief period of time, but the void that was created is inconceivable in her mind. This emptiness that she is trying to fill by socializing with other people. But is hard to hold a conversation. Her peers sound so dull. It's almost mean of her to think it, but is how she feels. With Hector, the talk would flow smoothly, and now she sighs. It's hard to compare. Right now at the end of the school day, she was approached by Rand Robertson, one of her friends who is on the football team with Flash. Nice guy, chill, and a good friend. But she can see from afar his intentions when he approached her right now in the lockers. Aren't you going out with Sally, Rand? Mary Jane closes her locker and turns to face him. Well, we are giving each other time. The big teen says with a sheepish smile for being called out that openly. Mary Jane keeps her eyebrows raised while looking at him dubiously. If this is some dare or bet, I'm gonna kick you where you don't want to be kicked. And I bet you are not wearing a jockstrap now. Ah, come on, babe. You know that I'm not like that. He smiles at her smoothly. She crosses her arm in front of her chest in a defensive gesture but does not shots down the guy. She can at least talk with him a little. This problem with Sally looks like some juicy gossip. As they two chat a little, Mary Jane notices something from the corner of her eye. Hector. He was there with his arms crossed, leaning with his shoulder in his locker, staring at her. At her chatting with Rand with the most impassive face of the impassive faces. If she searched it on the internet, his face would probably appear first. She really can't detect any emotion from him. No anger, no jealousy, no sadness. None of the emotions that she would like to see on his face now. And Hector does not avoid his gaze embarrassedly like many would. No. Hector is not like that. He keeps looking and looking. Like he was curious to see what she will do. Almost like he is daring her to do something. While she is distracted, nervous even, by Hector's gaze, for some reason Rand suddenly thinks that it is a good idea to go for a kiss. Exclamation point. Mary Jane's eyes widen as she notices what is happening. She panics a little, alternating her gaze between Hector and Rand. She has some thoughts about letting Rand kiss her. A small, ugly, and vindictive part of her wants to hurt Hector just a bit. That emotionless bastard. Hurt him just like he hurt her. But she is not like that. She is smart enough to not fall into the trap of going into an irresponsible phase because of a heartbreak. And beyond her vindictive pettiness, there's a bigger feeling inside her, a gut instinct, telling her that she will regret doing that. Like it will close a door forever. Whoa. Sorry, Rand. She dodged his advances and escapes from between him and the lockers. You should go solve things with Sally. She gives some slaps on his arms and walks away. She steals some glances from where Hector's direction. Only to not find him there. He just disappeared. Looking around, she couldn't see him anywhere in the hallway. For some reason, she wanted to explain herself, but she quashed that feeling. She has nothing to explain to him. That's all I needed. Having hallucinations. She massages her forehead as she walks to the entrance of the school with her eyes closed. Hallucinations? Are you sleeping well? Yike. She jolts in surprise because of the proximity of the voice that just addressed her and heard her saying weird things. Turning fast, she sees just him, Hector. Looking at her with a calm, albeit concerned, expression. How he sneaked on her remains a mystery. Hello, Mary Jane. He greets her in that smooth and deep tone of voice that she will never admit that she missed. They didn't talk since that day. Are you all right? Hector. Wait, I am angry with him, right? Right? Itchimf, none of your business. She scoffs and turns her head away. 2 seconds passed and she noticed that maybe the best course of action would be walking away too. Now it's awkward. Maybe she didn't want to walk away, maybe she yearned for some talk. For closure, if anything. Do you want a ride home? He offers, probably concerned with her well-being, or maybe he also wants to talk with her. Just, thank you. She decides to accept. Like with that dodged kiss, she feels like she will regret otherwise. But still trying to play it cool, not even looking in his direction. The ride home is silent between them, only the music playing makes the situation slightly bearable. La Vie en Rose, by Edith Piaf. Mary Jane looks through the window while Hector drives with his eyes focused on the road. At this point, she knows Hector a little. She knows him enough to know that this is a guy who is not affected by awkwardness and that he is comfortable in any silence. That's why she is surprised that he was the one who talked first. So, you and Randolph? He asks in an even voice, Randolph. She giggles a little, remembering that this is Rand's name. Hector also has this thing that he likes to say someone's full name. Rarely does he use a nickname. It is like this with Gwen, and it is like this with her. At least now. She remembers when he called her MJ1. No. She answers while still looking through the window. He tried. I avoided it. Only that. End of the story. I see. Why? She finally turns to him, a mocking smirk on her lips. Are you jealous? Yes. He admitted it so easily and without hesitation that he wiped the teasing smirk off Mary Jane's face as fast as his answer. You. She really doesn't know how to feel about it now. Can she even tease him now? Huff. The enemy of shame. She rolls her eyes and goes back to look at the window. The ride continues in silence after that. Inwardly, Mary Jane is a little happy. She supports her elbow in the car door and hides her small smile with her hand as her mind goes miles for hours to think what to say next. Mary Jane. It will not take long to arrive at your house, but I have something to talk with you. It will be okay if we take a detour and park somewhere. Hector asks. Fine. She answers after looking at his face. His normal face, that never betrays him and shows his inner feelings. Hector drives just a little off the path, parking in a public but quiet place not far from her home. She appreciates the gesture. Even if this talk ends as badly as the last one, she can simply get out of the car and go home on foot. After slamming the door, of course. Hector sighs while pulling the handbrake after stopping. Mary Jane admonishes herself internally for looking too much at his veiny forearm. Being alone with him now and in a car. Relives some memories. Some hot and steamy memories. How have you been, Mary Jane? Hector turns to her after removing his seatbelt, starting very diplomatically. Good. Very good. She lies while nodding to him and herself. And you? He gives her a one-shoulder shrug. It had its ups and downs, but it got better recently. More ups than downs. Good to hear that. I will start college. Next week is my last in high school. He says while paying attention to her reaction. Oh, that's good to hear too. Her voice was a little off. Mary Jane. Hector calls her softly. Yes. She seemed to be a little off but focused when he called her name. I love you. What? Why? She was taken aback, almost like she was lightly pushed sometimes. Her vocabulary capacity dropped considerably and she can only squeeze an off tone. What? I mean what? There's a surge of emotions inside her that she can't even identify, much less control. I don't know how you can interpret what I said in any other way. He deadpans. Shut up. She gives his arm a light and fast slap. I was surprised because, to us. Wait what? His words hit her again and her jaw dropped one more time at this point. Hector can't keep a straight face and chuckles, and then facepalms. She was almost thinking that he was messing with her with some cruel prank, but then he says, why do you have to be so cute? Arg. It almost looks like he is holding back the urge to hug her or pinch her cheeks. Despite herself, she got all fidgety hearing him say that. A thought crossed her mind. Other guys try so hard to get a reaction from her. And Hector, he finally manages to control himself. Removing his hand from his face, he starts again. I meant every word I said. 100% serious. He doubles down. Mary Jane is almost like a deer in headlights. Don't worry, it's not my intention to put you in a tough spot. It's just that as a man, I believe that is my duty to be the first to expose my weakness. I don't want us beating around the bush guessing what the other is feeling. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Like in those love dramas. Exactly like that. He nods satisfied. We don't have time for that. Because he is about to go to college. Mary Jane is starting to see where this conversation is going. Hector opening the talk like that also gave her time to think about her answer. It's a good thing he did that because she is not sure yet. Did the thought that our relationship died prematurely ever crossed your mind, Mary Jane? He asks, still acting casual or even mature you could say. Yes. After some hesitation, she decides to tell the truth. Him being upfront like that makes her want to do the same. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. He nods, me too. She confesses in a soft voice, almost a whisper. The mood is improving. The two stare at each other's eyes, there's a spark there. But Hector doesn't act yet, he continues talking. You know, Mary Jane, I think I tried too hard to not like you. He confesses, sitting correctly to face forward. I had an initial bad impression of you, and I tried to stick with it. Yeah. You told me. The whole, if you walk with hoes, I will think you are a hoe thing. Mary Jane rolls her eyes. Yeah. He says, but it seems there's a little more to it that he is not saying. I thought that you are a shallow, annoying slut. Wow. Thank you. She says sarcastically, sorry. He speaks sincerely, it's okay. It's not like you spread rumors or anything. I also kinda ignored you being bullied just to fit in. It's not for nothing that you had a bad impression of me. She concedes, looking away a little. But you changed that prejudice that I had. He says, making her look at him again, believe in me, it was a very deep prejudice. About a lot of things. Once again it seems that he is not saying something. You, Mary Jane, changed me a little. You squirmed your way into my heart. I didn't even notice. Or maybe I noticed and I didn't think much of it, thinking that would slip away as easily as it entered. He sighs deeply, but that was not what happened. I still like you after all this time and after a lot happened. And what this can be if not love. Once again the mood improves a little. I talked with a therapist. I think my prejudice made me believe that we were not going to work in the long run, so maybe I wanted to sabotage it to end the relationship on my own terms. To have control, you know? Regain the control I lost by falling in love with you. That's deep, she thinks. Mary Jane is being assaulted by a plethora of emotions, but she keeps her calm, remembering something important, something that she is about to remember him. That and the fact that you have another woman. She says coldly, that yes, that too. Hector sounds almost hurt, closing his eyes slowly, wrestling with something before speaking again. Mary Jane, I'm gonna ask again the question I asked you that time. He gives her a heads up, I don't think we will have another chance other than that, and I also think we will regret not trying. At the end of our lives, we regret more what we didn't do. He quotes from somewhere. Mary Jane's heart starts beating faster. If he asks, she will need to give an answer that she still doesn't have. But before that, let me tell you something. Being honest. He finally turns to stare deep into her eyes, blue meets green, and he opens his mouth. There's a very high chance that we will end up hurting each other. Almost certain. Now that is a sudden 180 degrees in the conversation. It's almost a bucket of cold water pouring over Mary Jane's head, calming her heart. Maybe he said that because of that. But hear me out till the end. He raises his hand to stop her from saying anything. My parents died at the beginning of this year. It was my birthday. That's another shift in the conversation, but he would not say that for nothing or for pity points. Mary Jane is sure that Hector is not like that. It was really a low point in my life, incredibly hard to see my grandparents feeling the same too. But the world continued spinning, the days were sunny and life periodically got better. He gives a tired shrug. Mary Jane couldn't do much beyond listening in silence. She never experienced something like that. Even though some dark parts of her wish it on her father. Sometimes. For reasons. My life gradually improved, like it was some sort of retribution given to me by the universe. It got better and the pain, that used to be so unbearable, started slowly fading away. And I was scared of that. He lets it out with a sigh, like I would eventually forget about them. The pain will fade and the new good moments will erase the good memories with them. So what would be left? Just their name and their blurred existence in the back of my mind. Hector stares deep into her eyes and speaks a little more strongly, but then it happened. The pain stopped fading. He says like it's some big revelation. It sounds obvious, I know. It's even cliché. A lot of people say that the pain never goes away and you just learn how to live with it, but experiencing it opened my eyes. The pain will never diminish anymore. And I was so happy. Hector smiles, closing his eyes for a moment. It's strange, right? Such contradiction. Why someone would be happy for feeling pain? Am I a masochist? He chuckles softly while shaking his head. No, I simply learned not only to live with the pain but to enjoy it. Learning to enjoy the constant feeling of loneliness, sadness, melancholy, and longing made me much stronger. Their absence will accompany me forever and in some way, I'm happy with that. They will accompany me forever. Once again it seems that he is basking in the feeling, in the sadness. It means that I cared, it's the proof that I loved them very much. I will gladly carry this with me for the rest of my life. I think I understand. A little. Or not. Mary Jane feels that she needs to say something. His words are hard to understand without the experience. They are weird but make sense in some way. Hector laughs softly and looks at her warmly. I told you all that because I feel the same right now, Mary Jane. About you. Yes, I still believe that is very probable that we will end up hurting each other. But I think will be worth it, will be worth the pain. He grabs her hand and her heart starts beating faster. I still think that we have so much to live together, Mary Jane. I don't want it, and I would hate to eventually break up with you. I will hate it if things don't go well. I will hate to lose you. The thought of one day you together with another man hurts me too. But again, it will be worth it. He says strongly while not breaking eye contact. Mary Jane is not even blinking, locked in place by his gaze and words. Her eyes widened, her breath stuck in her throat, and her heart beating faster and faster. The blushing on her face is the most obvious showing of her emotional state. I will do my best to make things work out, but I am making peace with the fact that some things are out of my control, especially when involving other people. He caresses the back of her hand with his thumb lovingly. If things don't go well, I'm willing to carry the bad feelings gnawing in my heart forever, together with the good memories that we can make. I'm willing to try and own up to the result. And you, Jane Watson? Are you willing to walk this uncertain path with me? Blindfolded, with only each other. Side by side. Not knowing how it will end. He adds slowly and in a low voice. Almost like he is trying to convince himself beyond convincing her. Saying those words like a mantra or a prayer. There's a battle inside Mary Jane now. The logical part of her can agree with a lot Hector said, but the same logical part never wants to get hurt. Her heart is screaming at her to accept. The two are fighting. And her gut instinct. Her gut instinct that she always trusts decides. She doesn't answer. She jumps in his arms and kisses his lips. Hector. POV space station. I hum to myself as I walk through the hallways of the space station. Someone is in a good mood, Cortana says with a teasing tone. She is walking by my side in her normal body. Who? I make a show of looking around to find this lucky fella. Oh, there he is. I see him in the mirror. I point at my own reflection and make two guns with my hands. I point and click my tongue. I'm almost making the Bully Maguire dance. I can also see Cortana rolling her eyes, pulling her close by the waist. We walk side by side. But I can't forget what Mary Jane said to me. Listen, Hector. I listened to you and now you are gonna listen to me. She said seriously, the other woman. I don't want to know. I don't want to know if you broke up with her. I don't want to know if you are seeing her. I don't want to know anything about her. You are never gonna talk about her and I'm never gonna bring her up. You are my boyfriend now, so if you are seeing her, hide well. She points at his face. He can only nod at that. I'm willing to try too. To see how far it will go. Let's see how far I can ignore this. She says the last part more to herself. And that's it. Mary Jane chooses blissful ignorance. It works with me. Mary Jane can have Hector. I will do my best for her to overcome the other. If I fail, or if she can't live with it, the relationship will fail. But we tried and I'm okay with it. Things have been going well for me lately, and today is the day. The day of the... I point at her to continue. Gacha. Once again she rolls her eyes and waves her hands to the minimum possible to act excited. But her smile can't trick me. She is only playfully making fun of me. As I pat her gynoid body I ask, tell me Cortana, which of the prisoners in suspended animation are not going through any procedure, but we would not miss them? All of those. She raises her head and a schematic blue hologram of the prison cells shows everyone that fits my criteria in red. Then let's use them to make an experiment. What experiment? On luck. I smile at her. Oh, I see. You're going to steal their luck. That's why you don't want anyone that is going through a procedure. She nods. Do you think it can influence your gacha? I don't know. Luck is hard to quantify. And is not omnipotent like many would think. It's not causality manipulation. I roll my eyes. If I want to capture Domino, she would have no chance. And even with her powers, it's not like I could make. I don't know. Thanos drops an infinity stone as he puts it in his gauntlet. Domino was fucked sometimes in the comics, against much stronger opponents and very bad odds. Like against Red She-Hulk, and she was captured by mutant haters one time too. That's all I can remember. And check this out. I extend my hand, it's filled with coins, there's 50 coins here. Head or tails? I ask her, I can give you the two, she answers with a tone full of innuendo, I made a new throat. The suction and massage are great. And you know my ass is customizable. She bats her eyelashes at me. This cybernetic succubus. You know that I prefer your usual body type. I give her a slap on her ass making it jiggle. I know, but it sounds like a waste to not use it. Let me show the 3D model of different body shapes. Please stop. We can do that later. I stop her from raising her hand, just, head or tails? Tails. I will give you head later. Then head is mine. Without ceremony, I casually throw the coins in the air and let them fall on the ground. The coins noisily hit the ground and spread in all directions. They roll and bounce till they stop. Cortana's eyes swiftly analyze the results and looks at me in slight disbelief. Heads. 42. She says slowly, did you use any power? No. Smirking, I telekinetically gather all the coins again in my hand, head or tails. Tails again. Okay then. And I throw the coins in the air. After a while, they stop and, heads. 45. This. I guess that to an AI, it's hard to accept the failings of probability. The truth is, I'm already pretty lucky. I say while gathering the coins again, head. But I guess we don't see much of it because I'm pretty strong and capable. I don't need to, for example. Domino needs the people who are shooting her to trip or the guns to malfunction. Bullets to me are nothing, so I don't need the people shooting me to suffer that. My luck must work in helping me be in the right place at the right time sometimes, for example. This time 44 coins land with their head upwards. Or when meeting girls? Cortana teases again. The thing is that I can't entirely deny that. In the recent operation with the X-Men and the Brotherhood, I was the one to find Cindy Moon and Laura Kinney. Many of the characters that I assimilated are lucky with women. And I assimilated Yuki Rito. I have the power of luck and anime at my side. That's why it works better with Asian babes. Everything is starting to make sense now. I don't think stealing luck from a bunch of people will increase my luck by that much. Like adding buckets of water in the ocean. And I don't think my gacha can be easily influenced too. Like I can't be that affected by Domino's powers. I explain, but you still need to test. Always. I nod, let's go and keep an eye on the people that I'm going steal luck from. Maybe they will choke on their spit and die. After using the power of the Riki no Mi, luck fruit, in 100 prisoners I return to my usual place to roll the gacha. Let's see if I'm gonna be lucky. I have a good feeling this time, because of the time dilatation of the travel tickets. It has been 7 months since the last gacha, so my luck has accumulated. And I did a lot of things too. There's a lot of material from where the essence can draw my cards. I bet I'm gonna gain some pirate thing. Let's roll only normal gacha to check my luck. Let's go it. Roll 0-1 package. Toji Zen Jujutsu Kaisenoke. That's a low blow. I see what you are doing here, gacha. Okay, I'm a deadbeat father till I prove otherwise. I got that. 0-2 Jing Freaks Hunter x Hunter, so this is how you are gonna do things, huh? Let's see how far you can take this joke. 0-3 Power Boost card, that's what I thought, you bitch. This is not the specific gacha that I can select to gain only characters. You can go forever like that. 0-4 Power Boost card, huh? Go on, try again. 0-5 Show Tucker Full Metal Alchemist. I would like to apologize. But come on. I'm not that bad. And really? My first repeated card is this guy? From all the infinite possibilities? Whatever, to the volcano. But should I summon one of the two to experiment on him? 0-6 Father Full Metal Alchemist. Well. It seems the answer was given to me. You're fucked in my hands, Tucker. 0-7 Gendo Ikari, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I don't even know what to say. There are so many issues to unravel here. 0-8 Serpent Punishing Stick, Emperor's Domination. Oh, a cultivation novel thingy. Is that thing right? The stick that will not kill the person being hit, doesn't matter how much you hurt them with it. Are you trying to tell me something again, gacha? Should I use it to discipline my kids? Only the boys though. 09, Endeavor, Boku no Hero Academia ugh. So useless. But first time gaining something from a universe after I visited it. It should start being a problem the more I visit other worlds. But can you give me at least a good father? Like Isshin Kurosaki? Minato? 10. Darth Vader, Star Wars Ukakui, I take it. But Darth Vader is not even a bad father. He only tortured his daughter and cut the hand of his son. My mood improved, let's go to the second batch. 01 television series travel ticket, middle tier /1 month. I can think of some worlds to use it. 02 Power Boost Card X 06 OK 03 Power Boost Card X 05 OK 04 Video game travel ticket, middle tier /1 month. Okay, the same thing as the first one. 05 Johannes Krauser 2 Suchi Nagishi Detroit Metal City PFF. Ha, love it. Did I gain it because I went around the One Piece world singing and playing guitar? Now I only need a 06 Nevin Devil May Cry. Guitar. Sometimes I love you gacha. 07 Recycling Mechanic. By destroying 3 cards you can gain a new one. Okay. This is huge. I have some useless cards to recycle, and maybe I can use the miscellaneous ones too. I love new mechanics. 08 Virgil Hawkins, Static Shock. DC/Static Shock nice, fucking nice. One of my favorite shows growing up. Gonna summon him. One of the few good guys on my crew. Pure good guys. 09 Golden Sword of Battle, Scarlet. Adventure Time, a fine addition to my growing collection of swords. 10 Sinbad no Buken. Now I got serious. Isn't this guy very strong? Oh, it's from his own story. So he is not too OP, but still strong. The cards are starting to catch up with my level, nice. And thinking about it, this guy is kinda similar to me in many aspects. And I was in the One Piece world. Seas and all that. Next batch. 01 Vaporon, Pokemon. Do you guys know that in terms of male humans and... Okay, just kidding. I will stop. 02, the Ulysses Atlantis. The Lost Empire, that's cool. I would accept Kita though. But I can always go there for that chocolate booty. Maybe I can go after all chocolate booty in the Omniverse. Chell, Princess Jasmine. 03 Power Boost Card OK 04, King Shark. DC Comics, is this the water theme batch? 05 Mariner. Waterworld, I think it is. This is from that post-apocalyptic submerged world movie. It was good, at least it was good to my young eyes and brain. 06 Movie Travel Ticket, low level /6 months. OK 07 Killer Croc. DC Comics, another one. And I really gain a lot from DC because of the duality with Marvel, huh? I hope I can gain Poison Ivy. Harley needs a playmate, and I can maybe fertilize her garden. 08 Gargantuan Leviathan. Subnautica, okay, gotcha. Do you have a boner in giving me dangerous pets? A Flurkin, Kerbanig, Rover. And now this? I can't release this shit in the ocean. Or can I? Maybe I can release it on another planet. 09 Power Boost Card X04 OK Ting. Self-insert card Oka. Wait a damn fucking minute. Using this card together with a corresponding travel ticket allows you to insert yourself in the life of a character that you assimilated. OBS. Using this together with a background customization card allows you to edit the character backstory in a limited way. This is big. This is fucking big. This is better than gaining a package. I can take the character items and maybe even recruit subordinates. Helltaker, Yuki Rito. Really interesting. Really interesting, but I need to use it sparingly. I gain just one. And it came as the last and most important card of the batch. The first time a miscellaneous card was the last one. So it's precious. Let's check the last batch. 01 Black Pearl, Pirates of the Caribbean, as expected, a pirate Finji. I will put it in exposition somewhere. 02 Takakakin, Dandadanhu? A nerd guy with curly black hair and glasses who transforms into a taller version with white hair and a half mask? Where did I see that before? 03 Anime Travel Ticket, low level /1 week. OK 04 Background Customization Card X04 OK 05 Sakamoto Taro, Sakamoto Days HMPF. I knew that the man bun was badass. And another hyper-competent character, huh? Should I summon him? But he is kinda retired, right? I should assimilate him. 06 Power Boost Card X03 OK07 Power Boost Card X02 OK08 Anime Travel Ticket. Middle tier /6 months. OK09 Leviathan Axe. God of War. Is it because I was researching the convergence and Norse mythology? I will use it during the events of Thor's movie. Now the last card. And look at that. After that harem gacha, no women came this time. Ha. Good, it seems that it was a special case. I don't have time for so many girls and I really don't want more for now. 10 Raven, Rachel Roth. DC/Teen Titans Superheroes Work. Hector POV Raven. I think I joked since day one that I wanted her. But now that she is in my hands, I'm torn. Should I summon or assimilate her? I already reached a point where I don't need to assimilate everyone. I can copy the power or make a clone of the character I summoned. I assimilate more the ones that I don't want to deal with and the ones that I want to be. I don't think I would ever summon those villains with a lot of ego like Frisia, Aizen, and Madara. And I can't deny that a part of me wants to be them. Like with Darth Vader that I just gained. But Raven. She is powerful. But it's magic, I can learn magic, right? But is demon magic that comes from her lineage? Can I learn it from her? I think maybe the answer is yes. Am I crazy? I think I remember some episodes where her friends use the magic of her book. Or I am trippin'? Or it's my brain trying to trick me into summoning her. Yuaga. Master. Trouble. Cortana wards me suddenly. I immediately check what she is talking about with my technopathy. For real? Stupid people. I move my body fast, ready for action, and go back to the planet. At the same time, I put the issue with Raven on hold. I only have 3 slots to assimilate cards anyway, and there are better options for now. Father from Fullmetal Alchemist, Darth Vader, and Sinbad. Let's go greet our alien visitors. Third-person POV. 2 spaceships entered Earth's space, designated by Hector, flagging his scout drones. That's not the first time something like this has happened. And all the time, none of the visitors come in peace. Underdeveloped worlds that still have to reach the level of civilization Type 1 are easy to prey to criminals around the galaxy. Their purpose normally is to kidnap some natives to sell them as slaves somewhere. Humans are quite compatible species with most of the other inhabitants of the galaxy, after all, so they make good sex slaves. Not as good as Skrulls, but good enough to be worth the easy trip. That's the plan of the 2 spaceships approaching Earth right now, a quick grab and leave of some humans, just a small thing, to fund some changes on their ships and new guns. Nothing much. A pity that this pissed the resident hero off, and they don't know this. Thunk. What is this? The crew of one of the ships felt a small turbulence like something hit the spaceship. You're now. How can you let a meteor hit us? A burly and tall alien with keratin covering his scalp shouts to the crew members. Of the control, but I was paying attention. One mutters an excuse. Bah. The captain throws a piece of metal at the head of the crew member. It seems that species of alien is durable because he didn't react much beyond shrinking his neck a little. Pay attention. If anything hits us again, I'm taking the repairs from your share. Yes, sir. Rumble once again the ship trembles. You. The captain rises from his chair with anger coloring his face. It was not me. There's nothing in the detectors or radar. The crew member pleads in panic. How can something like this happen? Happen to him, more specifically. Then it was what? I don't know. Maybe some malfunction in the propulsors. The crew member in the controls tries to argue, hey, the propulsors are completely fine. A certain crew member, the mechanic responsible for checking the propulsors, quickly defends himself when he notices the gaze of the captain and other crew members turning to him. So it's not your fault. It's not his fault. The captain points to the 2 alternately, so who is at fault here? He shouts, "Are you?" Now the tremor is so big that takes some crew members away from their seats. Anyone can now notice that something is really wrong. Something fishy. I smell Bralarka. The captain says slowly, frowning deeply, "Show me all cameras. Now." The one responsible for security, an alien with multiple tentacles in the place of his arms, types furiously, making the screens in front of him change repeatedly while showing what is happening on the ship. Everything seems normal till they start seeing only black screens and static. What is that? What is happening? The captain demanded answers. More and more screens show nothing and the numbers continue to increase. I don't know. It can be a loss of connection or maybe the cameras are destroyed. The operator shouts as he continues to check more cameras, all stopping working faster than he can change. "Bzzz then. Wait, I got something. Look." He shouts. It's a 2-second clip, footage captured by a camera just before it starts malfunctioning. What? The captains get closer to the screen, but it only shows some crew members walking. Look. The operator pauses at the right time. At the right moment, a blur appears on the screen. Very slowly he shows the next frame. A flash of red light. And then again very slowly he goes to the next flame. The crew members' bodies shown on the screen are weird. They go taller? The captains ask, no. The operator, an alien with very good eyesight, gulps fearfully. Something cut them. Bisected them. It's just that the parts are still very close to each other. This is the last moment before their body visibly falls apart. But there's no next frame. The camera starts malfunctioning exactly at that moment. Men, prepare to receive intruders. The captain doesn't think much about what happened. He is experienced enough to not waste time seeking answers that would be answered eventually. It doesn't matter who is invading or how they did it. What matters is that someone is invading them, and they need to prepare for battle. Establish communications with the secondary ship. Ask if they are having some trouble too. The bridge becomes chaotic after that, the crew moving around wildly to complete their tasks, but a certain feeling of apprehension and fear creeps in their hearts. Everyone fears the unknown. Now some unknown invader is slowly dismantling them like they are animals. And to make matters worse, they try to contact the rest of the crew in other parts of the ships through many means. And there's no response. Are they the last ones? Gulp, they don't dare to think that. Because if they do, they will be too fearful to move. This ship is big, like an Earth skyscraper in size. They have many crew members that live here like ants in an anthill. If someone really dealt with the rest of the ship, in such a short amount of time, there's even hope to stop him? The galaxy is a wide place. They know that there are races out there that are like gods. You just avoid them like a black hole. But if you are unlucky enough to meet one that appears to be set on killing you, you can only stop, relax, and try to enjoy your last moments in this universe. Or plead for your life, bargain, or something similar. But can you even do that? So many alien races with so many different ideals and morals. Not everyone wants the same thing. How can you communicate with something that sees you as an inferior being or even as food? That's why space criminals like those just go around weak and underdeveloped star systems. Rumble, another tremor, and that is not the worst part. The worst part is the silence afterward. For some reason, the common sounds that the ship makes on the other side of those doors disappeared. The beeps and rumbles. They look at the door that connects with the rest of the ship. It's like they are isolated in another space. Like all life outside is dead. They point their guns at the door. Whatever is out there is finishing his job, and the last place that remains is exactly this bridge. The captain doesn't even need to say anything. Everyone is ready to combat. All the guns are pointed at the main door. The door slowly slides up, and the sound that normally would be negligible on normal days reaches everyone's ears like a huge signal. Some are tense and almost shoot at nothing, but they are criminals that gone through dangerous situations before. One of the first rules before shooting is having a target. And also maybe it's one of their friends on the other side. But at this point, this hope is very slim. The corridor beyond the door is dark and full of smoke. At this point, they are just waiting for the minor movement to open fire. Suddenly 2 red dots start shining behind all that smoke, 2 red dots that can only be eyes. The new source of light allows them to see the silhouette of a person. Someone clad in full armor. Everyone is almost pulling the trigger when Fxishu, something is ignited in the hand of the invader, apparently, a sword that shines a bright red. Fiery! The captain roars and blasts fly at the enemy. But the dark figure moves his bright sword and deflects all the blasts effortlessly as he walks forward, revealing his form. It's obviously Hector, wearing his Sith Stalker armor, the armor that he gained in the package, Star Killer in his second gacha. He ignites a second lightsaber, holding it in a reverse grip as he continues to deflect all blasts. His movements seem slow, but they are perfect and efficient. He moves before the blasts are even shot. That's why his arms don't appear as a blur. He suddenly stops reflecting the shots, but even as he lowers his arms, he is in no danger. The blasts of energy stop in the air, a foot or two away from him. They stay still like they are stopped in time, accumulating around him like a bright and spiky wall. The helmet silently staring at the space criminals over the frozen blasts is menacing enough to make some crew members fall on their butts. Hector then raises his hand, holding a tuned-off lightsaber. His index and middle fingers point forward, the sharp claws of his gauntlet threateningly. Swish bam bam bam. With a small motion, all the blasts that are frozen in the air fly back from where they came from, hitting the gunners and making them fall to the ground. This move finished 80% of the crew on this bridge. "Who are you?" the captain asks, his eyes wide in fear. His body is more resistant than others. "Star Killer." A deep voice is heard from the helmet before Hector ignites a lightsaber again and swing it mercilessly in a circular motion. From an outside perspective, one would be able to see the spaceship being cut in half from the inside, a flash of red and sharp energy bisecting the ship. Hector can project the energy of the lightsabers in flying slashes, something never done by Jedi or Sith. In his words, "I have the Force and anime by my side. You are so extra, Master." Cortana rolls her eyes at his mind after watching his antics. Heavy breathing to simulate Darth Vader, flying anime-style slashes, the theatrics. "I'm not done," he answers with his voice full of amusement. The other ship obviously saw what happened and started powering up to jump. But the spaceship can't move even though the turbines are working with all they have. Like the previous blasts, the spaceship looks to be frozen in space, trembling but not moving. Hector starts slowly closing the fingers of the hand reaching for the spaceship. Space is silent, so no one hears the sound of metal being bent and machinery being broken as he rips off the turbines of the spaceship. He laughs to himself. "Say, Cortana, do you think I should let some escape sometimes? Like to tell the universe that there's a protector on this planet?" There are pros and cons to that. She appears to think for a second. It can probably prevent some of those minor troubles, but it can also invite challenges of battle-thirsty warriors, crazy scientists, or other strange aliens. She is a specialist in those things. "True. Let's keep the low profile for now." He agrees. "At least I put a protector in every major country." He floats in space a little, killing most of those space criminals and capturing some of the races he hadn't seen yet. This is not his first rodeo. He captured some already in the past. "Oh, a Centaurian like Yondu." He comments, "Call the drones to collect everything, Cortana. Try to keep the ones still alive this way." "It will be done, Master." And she says the last word with an unsure expression, and decides to show the information in his vision. No one can see it, but Hector deadpanned inside his helmet. When it rains, it pours. Some days are so peaceful. He sighs before starting to fly back to Earth while changing his costume. It's a job for Eidolon now. It's on now. Normally I don't do this, but this is too good to not show. Eidolon says as he stares at the camera of the small drone that he pulled from his inventory. It seems he plans to film something. The drone floats to show planes all around him. "Wait a minute. They're coming." He raises his finger to the camera like he wants the watchers to hear something. There's a distant sound of something cutting the air at high speed, with continuous booms, sometimes. "Here," he says, moving fast, the camera accompanying him, and films the perfect moment where he flies in the air and raises his leg to intercept an object flying. No, not an object, a person, or a living being at least. The person's face meets Eidolon's soul with a loud sound, and the hero presses this unknown one to the ground, to stomp on him. Boom, dust and sand rise in the air, blocking the view of the camera. Look at this. Aren't you allegedly dead? The hero's voice can be heard even though he can't be seen. Whoosh, but suddenly some wind moves the dust away to reveal who Eidolon is stepping on. An huge humanoid monstrosity. Abomination. This abomination is much more comic accurate than he remembers in that first movie, or maybe Emil Bronsky had time to grow with his powers. A body comparable to the Hulk, but with some scales and bone protrusions, sharp teeth, and 2 fins on each side of his head. And this is not even what I want to show you guys. Eidolon says to the camera when suddenly another loud boom is heard, signaling something heavy landing close to them. Well, not something heavy. Someone powerful. This one looks much more like the Hulk than Abomination, but this one is. Red Hulk. Hee hee, what irony. Or should I call it hypocrisy? General Ross, the hero says as he faces Red Gamma Monster. Grr. The Red Hulk doesn't answer to not incriminate himself, he only growls and narrows his eyes at the black-clad hero. Isn't a Hulk dangerous? Did I miss the moment when you revealed that you are also a Hulk to the public? A Hulk is so dangerous that I guess the American people would feel safer knowing that one of their top-ranking militaries is also a gamma-raging monstrosity. Your words, not mine. The hero mocks, pass me the abomination. The Red Hulk says in a deep and grave tone that only a Hulk can have. The abomination? Where? Eidolon makes a show of looking around. I thought he died. Isn't that what you all said? That the Hulk killed him in cold blood? Don't tell me that you guys kept him imprisoned in that secret military base 12 kilometers in that direction. He points in the direction. For what? To protect the American people, I bet. Or maybe. Eidolon gives him a sly look, eyeing the Red Hulk up and down, making new Hulks. Some veins start popping from the Gamma Monster's body. Isn't this dangerous? You all said that one Hulk is dangerous. So why are you guys making more? Eidolon asks innocently, and why are you a Hulk? It's almost like you envied his power. No, how can this be? General Ross is not a power-hungry man. Everything he does is for his country. He can't have selfish reasons to do what he does. Like using the Hulk as an excuse to prosecute a man because he dates his daughter. Eidolon's eyes turn into 2 crescents as he mockingly strips bare the general's intentions for the world to see. Rark. That's enough it seems. The Red Hulk launches himself at the hero at the same time Abomination recovers his bearings and attacks the one stepping on him. Eidolon keeps calm and simply goes intangible to let their attack pass over him like a breeze. But he felt something weird. That feeling again. He records feeling something similar during the invasion when he got intangible to avoid Hulk's playful punch. Like a tingle. It appears Gamma's radiation can affect him even when he is intangible. As expected of something that comes from that guy below. He is not surprised. No power is perfect. Nothing is invincible. That is why he collects hacks like crazy, so that he can always have a winning hand in this complicated game of rock, paper, and scissors that is battling against people with powers. I know that it may be useless to say something to Hulks, but can we try to solve this peacefully? Eidolon tilts his head to ask. The drone positioned a little behind him, looking at things from a third-person perspective. Rark. It seems that our fists should do the talk. He sighs one last time before removing his mantle. Things are about to get serious. The camera can see the 2 Hulks jumping at him, Eidolon doing nothing initially. Till he suddenly went from 0-100 super fast. It's like time moves differently to him and his opponents, even an amateur can see that. Whoosh, swish, bam, bam, pow. From a relaxed position, Eidolon instantly delivered dozens of blows at the 2, halting their advance. I thought that this is a respectable free-for-all, but you 2 are jumping me. The hero says almost depressed. The 2 Hulks that are recovering from the blows shake their heads, but even before they get their bearings back Eidolon attacks again. Normally one would not understand how strong Eidolon is, but when you put him in front of an equally strong opponent you see how he constantly takes things easy. And this is not mentioning stats, anyone can clearly see the difference in experience. It's almost bullying. He abuses his speed advantage to root his opponents in a helpless situation. Every small movement of the two is met with a blow to hat them, to stop them from building momentum. A step? A kick on the thigh? A clenching of a fist? A slap in the forearm? Strength is useless if they can't use them. They are being locked in a combo chain. Anyone can see the frustration building up on them, everyone would feel the same. Even more the fact that they are Hulks. They got angrier and they got stronger. Once again the two monsters roar to the sky, but they make a different move. They attack the ground instead of trying to attack him. Eidolon praises in his mind, the shockwaves halt him for a moment and allow them to break off the helpless situation. Doing an action faster than normal can break your opponent's rhythm. They probably didn't do it with all this thought in mind but is enough. The hero doesn't know if they reached a hidden agreement, or if they simply see him as the biggest threat, but the two gamma monsters attack him again while ignoring each other. I feel flattered, really. It's like I united you two. He says to them, oh bad move. Boom! Abomination jumped a little too high and Eidolon uppercut him to the stratosphere. Don't jump when your opponent can fly. Now it's a 1v1 inch. He turns to the Red Hulk. He will fall in 57 seconds, 1.2 kilometers in that direction. Let's go there. Bam! He points before pouncing at Red Hulk's chest and carrying him in that direction. Obviously, Red Hulk will not let him do that. He grabs the hero with his big hands and tries to squeeze him to death. But the hero's body changes, like it's malleable. Like rubber. The real terror of having so many powers. Red Hulk is experiencing firsthand how it is to fight someone like this. Physical status-wise, General Ross is stronger than him. But that means nothing if your power is not effective against him. And like Eidolon once said when he met Juggernaut, he has nothing to fear against brutes. Unless they are Saitama level. Eidolon's body twists unnaturally, and from that position, his heel comes from behind him and hits Red Hulk straight in his face, nailing him down on the ground. Here is good enough. The hero says as his twisted body goes back to normal, I couldn't help but notice that you are releasing large amounts of heat together with your gamma radiation. Is that your thing? Is yours a fire-type Hulk? He raises and brings his hand down on the fallen Hulk, his arm cracking with ice. Chill out then. Wish the camera caught perfectly Eidolon freezing miles and miles of the scenario, burying the Red Hulk in tons of ice. In that direction, you can only see an icy visage, like they are suddenly in the poles. Eidolon looks up, about time. And Abomination falls some meters away from him. The Hulk's villain barely has any time to stand up before the hero is on him. He punches him multiple times, but this time his fists carry a special effect. Zippers started appearing on the Abomination's body and he was torn apart, falling in multiple pieces on the ground. I needed to punch multiple times in the same place to open a small zipper. It seems they have some resistance to bullshit hacks. Eidolon thinks. But this is also under his prediction. Most of JoJo's powers are used against normal people, the effect against the unknown super strong creature is unknown. Thankfully he is strong himself so that his hacks would not be simply ignored like he is a minor villain like Saitama. Eidolon grabs the decapitated, but still alive, head of Abomination and talks with the villain. You are the living example that things shouldn't be forced, Emil Bronsky. You are so hungry for power and you end up without genitals. Fuck you. The head roars, whoa dude. There are kids watching. Eidolon points to the floating drone. And well, look at the bright side, you didn't die from some horrible super cancer. Yet. While he was taking his time annoying Emil Bronsky, the ice field around him was starting to heat up and melt. Figures that wouldn't be enough to keep a Hulk down. Red Hulk emerges with an angry roar, steam coming out from his body as the ice melts when gets too close to him. General Ross emerges from the steam just in time to see Eidolon putting Abomination's body parts inside some drones. What are you doing? Where are you taking him? He asks in a deep tone as he watches some drones already taking off at hypersonic speeds to the sky. I'm taking Emil Bronsky under custody. The hero says flatly, standing up between the general and the drones. Oh, here the microchips installed on him. Eidolon throws them on the ground. You can't do this. Why not? He is under the custody of the United States of America. Red Hulk says angrily, "Him? I thought he was dead. And whose authority are you arresting him? Who are you to represent America?" Eidolon gives him a mocking glance. Red Hulk falls silent. Look at this guy. It seems that turning into a Hulk made him a little dumb. Every Hulk it's different and not everyone is Ms. Walters. Eidolon points his thumb at Ross while talking with the camera drone. He thinks he can keep his identity hidden. I just need to make him chill out with a higher quality ice. Eidolon's final words are said in a serious tone and he raises his hand, making a weapon appear there. An axe with water vapor coming out from the blade. The Leviathan axe, to the nerds writing the superheroes wiki. Eidolon says before throwing the axe the Red Hulk reacts fast and punches the Leviathan axe away. It would be a pretty disappointing moment if his hand wasn't frozen by the impact of the primitive weapon. Bam, and then he was hit by the returning axe that flew back to Eidolon's extended hand. Chat, clip that. He jokes in his mind, allowing a little of brain rot to add a little flavor to this experience. I will beat the Hulk out of you, he says in a much more serious tone than what his mind is thinking. And he does just that. If he was dominating the fight before in a 2v1, now with a weapon advantage, Red Hulk doesn't have a chance. Well, he would have if the fight prolonged more, till he was boosted more by his anger, but Eidolon wouldn't let him reach that level. Each strike of the Leviathan axe leaves a frozen scar, and with each scar, the Red Hulk appears to deflate a little. The definition of hot-headedness. Eidolon comments before bringing the axe down in one last strike, burying it in the Red Hulk's chest. The camera caught a good shot of the Red Hulk sprawled on the ice field, the axe's blade stuck on his chest as Eidolon steps on his torso, like a hero of a fantasy tale that just slew the monster. Hello, General. Eidolon greets the old man who is slowly appearing as the Red Hulk features disappear. Say hi to the world. Eidolon points at the drone. The general only looks at him angrily. Eidolon doesn't do more after that. The fallout will come naturally from public criticism. No one likes to be lied to, people can ignore when is not that obvious. But they can't let themselves be made a fool that easily. The hero doesn't care if people ignore the revelation or go to extremes like making protests. The fact that the thought that governments are not reliable will now stay on the back of people's minds is enough for him. Hector POV Midtown High, did you guys see that video of Eidolon? Ned asks our lunch table as he sits down with his tray of food. Everyone saw that. Michelle Jones answers with a huff. That was so cool. Ned geeks out, from his perspective was like, whoosh whoosh, so fast. Do you guys think his new weapon is stronger than the sword of actuation? Heh, this is fun to see. I was more worried about the Red Hulk situation. Gwen says I laughed to myself again. The name stuck with General Ross. I bet he is seething in rage by being called a Hulk. Not surprised that another Hulk appeared. Michelle Jones comments, but the irony of being the guy that pursued him being the one is not lost on anyone. Sometimes enemies are more similar than you think. Peter comments almost absent-mindedly. Talking from experience, dude. A good chunk of your villain gallery comes from the same place as you, right? Do you guys think the White House will back up the Red Hulk? Ned asks, probably yes, they can't lose such an asset. I'm the one that answers, they will probably come with an excuse and long explanation of how things are different when they do things. Morality, good of the people, all that. I say calmly. I'm not affected really. I just want to expose the hypocrisy. It's a loss-loss situation for Uncle Sam. As we have a little more of this geopolitical talk, Gwen is worried about the possibility of people like the General being deployed to other countries. And Ned talking about how Spider-Man should make some videos too. Mary Jane walks to my side with her own tray of food and sits next to me while giving me a peck on the lips. Hi guys. She greets everyone with a bright smile. Her actions must have shocked them because the talk stopped and no one answered her immediately, so you two made up. Gwen, the perceptible woman she is, says, yeah, we had some issues. But we saw that being a part of is worse than any minor problem. I explain without explaining, minor problem, huh? Mary Jane's raises her eyebrow at me, her lips quirked in a smile. Don't start. I poke her ribs playfully. She laughs a little while trying to dodge my attacks. She is better than Abomination at least. That's good. I'm happy for you guys. Ned comments while watching us playing around. It's not our fault, we are in our honeymoon phase. Me too. Everyone gives us their congratulations, even Michelle Jones. With a slightly sour face. Yes, she had that crush on me. She hides well, but my super senses caught up with her unhappiness. And it seems Mary Jane's woman instincts are as good as my super senses because she appears to have caught on to that too if the way she gives Michelle a look is any indication. Or the way she puts her arm around my torso while maintaining eye contact with the other MJ. Let's play dense. One of my great defense mechanisms. I'm also happy. I thank them for their well wishes, so happy that I feel like sharing a little of this joy with other people. Third-person POV. In a very tidy room, an old woman lies in her bed with her eyes closed. Anyone looking at her would immediately feel that she is on her last day. Eidolon silently emerges from the shadows after tricking the cameras present in this room. The reason this room has cameras is for the security of the occupant, who is no other than Margaret Elizabeth Peggy Carter. The black-clad hero stood at the side of her bed, looking at her sleep. Then he extends his hand and puts a finger on her forehead. Wake up, Miss Carter. I have a proposal for you. See? The notes get higher in this direction and lower in this direction, but they all repeat. Eidolon explains to the little girl in his lap how a piano works. Mindy showed an interest in the instrument, and he used this little time of his visit to teach her. Her sisters watch the lesson sitting on the same bench as him. They are not as interested in it as Mindy, a sign that they have some individuality. Something Eidolon would like to cultivate. Obviously, all of this is observed by Emma Frost. I would never imagine that you can play so well. She praises after listening to him showing off to the little girls by playing Rush E, Moonlight Sonata, La Campanella, Symphony No. 5, and Passacaglia. I'm not any pianist. Eidolon says humbly as he guides Mindy's little fingers around the white keys. Emma scoffs, stop with the false modesty. You play better than anyone I heard in my life. Eidolon appears to be contemplating something, how to explain to her, I don't have a pianist's soul. I'm only cheating with my super senses and precision. It's very robotic. Everyone has their strong points. Musicians would eat your heart for the chance of having your senses. Emma is not convinced. To her, no one is equal, and there's no problem in abusing your birth advantages. Some people say that they are less because they are not earned. She laughs in their faces. By the way, what are your plans for their education? He asks while instructing Mindy. Homeschool. I can't simply pop off with quintuplets like that. Makes sense. If you are gonna do it, I can maybe introduce you to a good teacher. He thinks of Isabella. She likes children, but keep in mind that I can help you by putting illusions on them to make them different. They can live normal school lives. Someone from your group? She addresses the first part of his words, and not only they being quintuplets that is eye-catching. Just saying if you change your mind, we can make this work with a little effort. They can also visit Xavier School. Supervised, of course. HMPF. I would create my own school before letting them go there. Eidolon talks with the girls a little more before it's time to say his goodbyes. Bye, Papa. Celeste waves her little hand at him. Thud Eidolon, who was mid-step, placed his foot a little too strong on the ground. Not enough to break or anything, he has too much control to slip like that, but it was an obvious show that he was affected by her words. That you said what? Eidolon slowly turns to her, his face stony. Papa? Celeste and the others suddenly got timid. Eidolon's impassive face, which many are already used to, is new and unfamiliar to them. To them, he looks angry. He notices his mistake immediately, putting on a more friendly face and patting their head. It's okay, princesses. It's okay. He says as they hug his legs, Papa. They ask again, but in unison. They are trying to confirm if he is their father. That's a first. Emma thinks. Eidolon was tongue-tied, and by little girls. His super senses notices their imperceptible trembling and it's like a knife in his heart. He quickly makes a decision. You can call me Papa. He hugs them, noticing they relaxing happily, till you become teenagers and we argue and you say, "You are not my real dad." That's as oddly specific. Emma puts the back of her hand in front of her mouth to contain her laugh. Idolin looks at her accusingly. His eyes ask the question, "Did you put them in this?" She only raises her hands in a plead of innocence. Jane Foster, accompanied by her assistant Darcy and an intern, arrives at a certain place in England. Shouldn't we contact S.H.I.E.L.D. before doing camp work? Or Idolin? Darcy asks, unsure as they leave their car to invade an abandoned building. We need results before mobilizing an international organization. Or Idolin? Jane answers with her eyes focused forward, tinkering with her equipment. Those are her words. Internally, she doesn't want her research to be given to the government like that. Jane walks through the abandoned property fearless, but the same can't be said about Darcy. Jane, this is London. People are stabbed here. She says while looking around frantically, people are stabbed everywhere. And don't you have your taser? Just use it. But they are experienced with knives, Kaya. Did you hear that? Darcy jumps. What? I heard steps. No, you didn't dash, thud thud, see. Okay, now I heard it. Even Jane got a little anxious now. Hello? There's someone there? She calls in a loud voice, "We are Americans." Darcy adds, "And this helps us how exactly?" Jane turns to her assistant and whispers harshly, "I don't know." Darcy whispers back. The sound of footsteps gets closer and closer as the duo, with the intern, waits apprehensively to whoever is coming to appear and... A kid. Jane inadvertently relaxed seeing a bunch of kids appear and looking at them in confusion. Who are you people? One of them asks, who are you? Blokes. Darcy tries to make an English accent but stops when Jane glares at her. Are you the police? Another kid asks, ahem, we are scientists. Well, I am a scientist. Jane says, whoa, thanks. Darcy comments, faux hurt. We are researching something. Jane continues, are you researching this place? The kid asks, yes. Can you tell us if you notice something different around here? Jane fishes for clues. The kids look between themselves like they know something the three adults don't. Can you show us? At this point, Jane is sure those kids know something. After they look between themselves one more time, one kid moves close to a broken truck and lifts it like it's made of foam, or even lighter. And when the kid takes his hands off the truck, it remains in the air like it's in zero gravity. We are in the right place. Jane says wide-eyed. The kids then show them the trick of making things disappear. They throw things in a certain place and they appear in another. Sometimes they reappear, sometimes they don't. One kid says as Darcy and the intern test the strange phenomenon. Wait, did I just saw you throw our car keys? Darcy pauses, deadpanning at the intern. The intern appears to notice his mistake in that instant, sweating profusely, waiting for the keys to come back. And as Murphy's Law dictates, it's exactly at this moment that things stop coming back. I will look around while you guys car the rental place. Don't touch anything. Jane decides to move away from them to concentrate on her research. A little mistake. You don't wander around in dark places alone. Hector's residence, living room, so you just start adopting every runt that you come across from now on? Shago asks Hector with a raised eyebrow. Commenting about the newest revelation of Idolin becoming a stepdad, don't say it like that. On my defense, they are super cute. Hector defends himself from his chair, and it is a special case. I will just accompany them for now as a father figure, and slowly drift apart as they grow independent. Like you did with your real children? Shago will never let him live up to that. Ouch, he says, but accepts the stab. He knows he deserves it. Amma moaned Filden. Harley suddenly raises her head and asks with her mouth full of snacks, like a chipmunk, don't you know it? Shago smiles evilly, our dear paragon of virtue here is a deadbeat dad. Gulp. Harley forces the food down her throat. Oh, we are so talking about that in our next therapy session. She shouts, why are you excited? Hector asks flatly. Shago and Harley suddenly become friends on the topic of teasing him about it, the two talking with each other with complicity. Shago continues with a smirk, and I didn't even tell you that the mom of those girls looks like Hector's own mom. Ooh, Oedipus complex. Yes. Harley exclaims excitedly, clapping like she just won a bingo or something. Hector decides to wisely ignore them. Every word he says will only add fuel to this fire. But then it's Helena's time to say something, you know. I always heard that God would give daughters to fuckboys and man-whores, to punish them. She says with a sly smirk over the cup of her drink. Hector pauses. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Harley enters the fray. Everything the father did to other women, the daughters will suffer too. My left arm is getting numb. Hector says in a low voice. He thinks he is having a heart attack. Don't be like that, girls. Hector treats his women very well. Shago comes to the rescue. If they are lucky, they will find a man like him. But her words only make him suspicious, and he prepares himself for the stab in the back. And Shago doesn't disappoint. I mean, all five can end up in some guy harem together. She says casually, Hector clutches his chest in pain and then stops moving. He has no pulse. Cortana says to them, 16:33 that fatherhood killed him. Harley gives the causa mortis, I will never allow it. Hector resuscitates while gnashing his teeth. What kind of scum has a harem anyway? The irony is not lost in any of them. He righteous stands up, puts his hands behind his back, and looks away at the horizon. Sex is overrated anyway. I will make sure that the E-serum takes always people's libido. We can grow babies in vitro, or use artificial wombs. Without those carnal distractions, we can focus on other things and really evolve in a better race. He says full of conviction. Master, please don't chemically castrate our race because you don't want your daughters to have boyfriends. Isabella pleads with a flat face. Beep beep. After they joke and laugh a little more, something in Hector's mind beeps and he gets serious. Jane Foster disappeared. He stands up. Who? Thor's girlfriend. To everyone's surprise, Hector reaches from his heart and removes an item from there. Cortana's true body. I will be out for some days probably. Cortana knows what to do. If anything happens, control one of my android doubles. If problems happen, use my failsafe android. He instructs in a serious tone as he puts Cortana in Isabella's hands. Yes, master. She is not happy about being separated from him, but she knows that she will be useless out there. Well, not useless, but she will be more useful taking care of things here on Earth. She is the only that he can trust to keep an eye on things. Wait. Where are you going? Shago asked hurriedly after seeing the sudden shift in the conversation. Didn't I tell you guys? Hector suits up as Eidolon. I'm going to Asgard. Asgard third-person POV. You're late. A booming voice echoes in the observatory of the 9 realms. Sometimes parties can be as burdensome as battles, my friend. Thor says as he walks closer to the post where Heimdall, the Watcher of Worlds, stands, his back straight and holding his sword handle with his 2 hands. Then you are doing one of the 2 wrongly. Heimdall says, his stoic face letting escape a little of mirth. Thor walks till he is side by side with his old friend. Heimdall and Thor have known each other for a long time. The gatekeeper of the Bifrost is the older brother of Sif, and even though he was not an always present member of their young gang, he sometimes covered for them when they got in trouble. How fair the stars, my friend? Shining like always, till they are not. I can see the beginning and the end of millions of stars, and the convergence is still an event above it all. Few are lucky enough to feel it, and even fewer are able to see it like me. I'm really fortunate. Heimdall says in his strong voice. His gift gave him wisdom beyond his years. Sometimes Thor feels like he is talking with his father, but Heimdall is still his good friend. I bet it is really beautiful. Thor comments to please him, but he can't fake the slight lack of interest in something so elusive or abstract. This does not escape Heimdall's sight. Few things escape his sight. And he has known Thor for longer than many countries on Earth exist. It seems that is another type of beauty that captures your full attention. Heimdall chuckles. Thor can't help but smile a little bashful. How is she? He jumps to the question he came to ask. Thor needs to commute between Midgard and the other realms constantly to keep the peace that was shaken by Loki's actions. Sometimes he is held for weeks away from Earth. He didn't think much of it initially, but after a little talk, Jane told him that weeks is a lot to her. Heimdall laughs. Needs a quick Bifrost travel? He is already grabbing his sword. Your lady is clever. Studying the convergence as we speak. He walks to the place where he should put the sword but stops mid-step. What? His change of expression does not go unnoticed by Thor. I can't see her. He whispers, his surprised expression a great contrast with his normal calm face. Eidolon POV. After saying my goodbyes to my girls with kisses, on the lips of some and on the cheek of the others, I leave my home and fly straight to England. I arrive at the location in no time. From above I can see Darcy looking around frantically for Jane. She is accompanied by an adult male, that must be Ian, the intern, and some random children. Well, if there are children, let's go down with a little fanfare. Maximum effort. Thud Eidolon uses superhero landing. Wow. It's Eidolon. Eidolon. The kids exclaim in awe as I slowly stand up, using my powers to create wind to my mantle. All of them are wide-eyed for seeing me, even the intern. It's nice to do it for the little ones. Oh Eidolon, thank God. Jane disappeared. Darcy comes to me worried. I'm aware. I admit that I put a little more of a hero intonation in my voice. After giving a nod and a thumbs up to the kids, I address the issue more seriously. I have some sensors around the area. This place is dangerous, kids. You should go back. I advise. You had sensors here? Why? Darcy asks. For the same reason as you. Oh. Can you find Jane? She asks me, going back to what is important. Yes. I assure her. Are you using your powers to find her? Are you seeing her aura? One of the kids asks excitedly. No, Eidolon can see the past and future. Another kid argues. Wrong, he is using his super senses. He can hear her heartbeat. What is with those random pieces of lore? Not that they are wrong. I'm indeed using my super senses. But what I'm doing could be replicated by anyone, you know. I humor them a little while crouching down to touch the ground. It's possible to track people by their footsteps or smell. If you have some equipment or powers, you can see the residual heat from their body. Oh, they nod like good little students. Jane is not around here, my guess, and probably yours. It's that she fell in one of those wormholes. I say, standing up. Instead of trying to find her immediately, let's follow her path. I talk like an instructor. Yes, sir. The kids salute. I walk following Jane's trail, everyone else following me like ducklings. At a certain point, I raise my arm to stop them. Stop. The trail ends here. There's an invisible wormhole here? Darcy asks, her eyes anxiously looking forward. I stare at the empty space with my all-seeing eyes of God, activating them completely. Cool. One of the kids exclaims. I walk slowly to the empty space while everyone looks at my back without breathing, waiting for me to disappear. But I walk and nothing happens. I turn around and walk back to my position before turning around again to stare at the empty space. The wormhole is closed now. I say slowly closed. This is bad, right? Is Jane lost? Forever? Darcy almost shouts in a worried voice. Calm down. Nothing is lost and everything has a way. I assure her again, I don't even need the sword of actuation for this, but I will use it anyway. Get back. I warn before taking out my eldritch sword from my inventory. Once again the kids exclaim in awe. Wow. Yeah, it's cool. Raising my sword with my two hands, I probe the empty air with it. Paying close attention with my all-seeing eyes of God, I flex the power of my sword where I feel that the anomaly existed before, where space is thinner. The tip of my blade finally sinks into something, and with the precision of a surgeon holding a scalpel, I open the void. Whoa! The kids say by the umpteenth time, but I can't fault them. It's really cool. Beyond the open scar in the air was a storm space. I use a little more power and my sword cuts the chaos between spaces, finally revealing a dark location beyond there. She must be there somewhere. She must have wandered in search of an exit. I say, and then stick my sword in the ground, the thorns of the handle growing in length and holding the gap open. I don't think I need to say, but wait here. I turn to warn them before delving into the unknown using my super speed. I found Jane Foster very easily, but for some reason I didn't find the place where the ether was contained before. Those pieces. Did it break? Damn. This complicated things a little. I gather what I can in my inventory for good measure. Whoosh, using my super speed I go back and reappear in front of Darcy and others while carrying Jane. Jane, is she okay? Darcy gets closer to check on her. Her vitals are normal. I say, I already checked. And I can feel and see the ether too. It's strange. Material and immaterial at the same time. Let's wake her up. I give her a small shock, just enough to kickstart her body. Jane wakes up with a jump. Calm down, Dr. Foster. You're safe now. I put her on the ground, feet first, and supported her till she was okay to be on her own. Yai Dolan? Darcy? She looks around, still blinking owlishly. What happened? You disappeared. You fell in one of those gaps. Dolan went to get you. Darcy points to the still open cut in the air. I was so worried. Stupid woman. Don't you know that you never should wander around alone? That's how the first victims die in the movies. Darcy shoots a barrage of words. She is still a little nervous but relaxed visibly already. She is just letting her frustration out. Okay. Calm down. That is not important now. I caught the perfect scans of an anomaly. Jane dismissed Darcy's concerns and started palming her pockets in search of something. Where is my scanner? It was fallen on the ground. I give it to her, but is broken. Oh shit. She grabs it from my hand at a speed that makes me suspect that maybe she's already Thor. Maybe she is turning on it by being pumped by Thor himself. I watch her try to fix the thing by hitting it. Give it to me. I take it from her hand, much more gently than how she did previously. Mama told me to repay people's rudeness with kindness. With the device in hand, I use Crazy Diamond's power and fix it. The repair is visible to the naked eye. The thing turns on instantly. Whoa, how did you do it? She asks in amazement, and once again grabs the thing from my hand like I will steal it. I have powers. I say the obvious. Thank you, Dolan. You're a lifesaver. She at least can thank me, even though she is not even looking into my overall direction. It's what I do. By the way, why don't you focus the captor in the front of the device for a more precise scan? I know that this way you would need to point it around to find something, but if you use an inner chamber with reflective material, you would be able to have a more precise reading. I suggest that. She was answering casually, but my words hit her and she raised her eyes to look at me. That makes a lot of sense. She says in surprise. People forget that I'm smart. This one is good for finding the location blindly, so maybe you should make another one to have a more detailed search and study function. I give my last piece of advice before turning around to the kids. Now, boys and girls, you should go back home. Obviously they whine. It's getting late and this place is dangerous. If you are unlucky and fall into a wormhole like Dr. Foster here, you will be in trouble. But you would save us, right, Dolan? I appreciate the faith in me. And I would really do everything in my power to try finding you, but it's better that I not need to do it, right? I talk with them in a placid tone, explaining calmly that they shouldn't put themselves at risk just because of my existence. There are people like that, you know that? People who threaten to throw themselves from buildings, or even jump for real, just to attract my attention. It's like making a prank call to the firefighters or police officers. The time that I could have saved another person, I was busy dealing with something that could have been avoided by you. If you are careful and not in danger, it's like you are saving people with me. You will be my heroes. I crouch down to eye level to talk with them. They laugh a little as ruffle their hair. So go home carefully and stay out of trouble for me, deal? Deal. They answer with nods. They go back and I wave at them till I can't see them anymore, after giving them some autographs and pictures so that they can show off to their friends and family. Oh, look at that. You are good with kids. Darcy walks to my side and waves to the little brats too. More or less. I answer vaguely, do you have children, Eidolon? She asks in a very casual way, not knowing that this question stings a little. My silence doesn't appear to bother her, or maybe she didn't even notice it. I had this weird dream that you and I don't know what she was saying, but her words are stopped by the arrival of Thor. I heard almost at the same time he hit the ground. The Bifrost is super fast, it just spawns instantly. Now, this is something that travels at light speed. Different from the MCU version, the colors are much more vibrant. It really looks like a rainbow descending instead of a white light with some glimpses of color. Jane. That's the first thing Thor says after appearing. Hello to you too. Darcy says sassily at my side. We watch a sweet moment of, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I was so worried. I can only say it's a little awkward. Like, I know that we need to let them have their moment, but that I hate to step on your moment, but we have a problem. I say while stepping forward, Darcy just beside me. Problem? Thor turns to me, and hello to you too, my friend. And Darcy. And he frowns seeing the intern. I'm Dash, he is the intern. Darcy cuts him off, Ian, his name is Ian. I say, making the guy smile brightly. How did you know his name? Darcy looks at me strangely. Can you really read people's minds? Yes, I know a lot of things. And how do you not know your intern's name? I shot back, I thought his first name was Intern. Anyway, I decide to ignore her for the moment to focus on the more pressing issue. There's something wrong with Dr. Foster here. Something wrong. The couple look at me, then look at Jane, then at me again. All the time while showing worried looks, something is on her body. I don't know if it's energy, matter, or the two. But I feel normal. She checked her hands. I'm not wrong on that. I say, and to reinforce my argument, I activate the all-seeing eyes of God. Yep, I can see it moving around her body. Then I reach with my finger and press on her shoulder strongly, exactly at the moment the ether was passing there. Z-boom, a red omnidirectional blast is emitted from Jane. I was obviously prepared and shielded Darcy and Ian. That thing can pack a punch. I wanted to test its strength too, and I'm not disappointed. Thor, who was caught by surprise, was sent flying some dozen of meters. Jane. But he recovers fast and runs to the fallen woman. Eidolon, what did you do? Calm down, I just pressed the thing inside her. It seems that is trying to protect the host. Like a parasite. I explain myself, I can understand his anger. Good parasites don't want the host to die early. I walk back to them, but after some steps, I notice that Darcy is still glued to me. I look down at her with questioning eyes. Hee. But she only shamelessly continues to hug my torso. If something happens, this is the safest place. Okay, then I can ignore that. Her boobs are very big too. Thor checks on Jane one last time before making his decision. We should check it on Asgard. And raises his hammer to the sky. Wait dash, Z. We reach the observatory of Heimdall in no time. He is not black. Comic-based again, Black Vikings? Well, the Nine Realm is full of the most diverse races. I have something more important to deal with. Wow. We should do that again. Jane exclaims like a little child before spotting the stoic face of Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard. That was dope. And this is a lot of gold. Darcy? Jane turns faster to see Darcy in my arms. Yep, this is why I wanted Thor to wait a little. I sigh and put back the sword of actuation that I also took in a hurry. During the travel, I took the opportunity to see if the sword could absorb some of the Bifrost powers. The many mouths and noses sucked the energy of the Bifrosts, and now the eyes shine in a rainbow light. Interesting. I put it away before anyone noticed it. She was too close to me. I was afraid of her being thrown off somewhere in the Nine Realms, so I pulled her closer. I explain after my sigh. This is an oversight on my part. I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't think. Thor apologizes. He was just too eager to bring Jane here. It's okay. I should have dealt with it. But in that split second, while retrieving my sword, sending a message to my people, and having Ms. Lewis in my hands, I ended up pulling her closer instead of pushing her out of the reach of the Bifrost. Come on guys. I'm really not invited to the party? What's the problem of me coming? She looks around playful annoyed, there's no party. I put you in danger. I say, in truth, there's a party. Thor says slowly, see? Darcy slaps my arm, let's chill and go with the flow. Please don't send me back. This is the coolest thing to ever happen to me. She suddenly begs desperately. After looking at each other for a moment, I sigh. You are my responsibility. Stay close. I will guarantee your safety. I declare strongly, yes sir. She salutes eagerly like the kids earlier. After saying our goodbyes to Heimdall, we walk that shiny bridge to Asgard, despite the circumstances. I always wanted to show you Asgard. Thor says to Jane as he carries her in his arms all the way through the bridge. She smiles shyly at him and the two continue to flirt as me and Darcy stare at them with dead eyes. This is disgustingly sweet. It almost distracts me from my intrusive thoughts telling me to jump over the edge and into the void. Darcy comments, I know how you feel. Do you want to jump? I can catch you. I say to her, really? She looks excited our conversation makes. Jane look at us and frown, Darcy. Why are you in Eidolon's arms? Stop throwing yourself at him, you can be bothering him and he is too nice to say something. She says directly. I'm not giving Darcy a Princess Carrie, more like a toddler Carrie, because she is sitting on one of my forearms while I support her. The walk on this bridge is very long. Jane has a strong personality, not gonna lie. It's not for nothing that she ended up being a Thor too. Stop trying to destroy my moment. Darcy exclaims defensively while hugging me tighter, you have your beefcake superhero, so why can't I have mine? Mine is dark and cooler. She brags, thanks. I say to her and then address Jane, don't worry, Dr. Foster. I can feel people's intentions and I wouldn't like a woman with a hidden agenda or bad intentions doing the same, but Ms. Lewis is just being playful. Almost innocent. It's always about intention. You will see the innocent when I suffocate you with my boobs. Darcy whispers in my ear and hugs my head to show the goodies, that almost. I repeat myself with a deadpan expression, ignoring the sizable breasts pressing against the side of my head. She is really stacked. Thor and Jane laugh at my and Darcy's antics, and we talk about some light things before we can finally see Asgard clearly. Wow. What? It's an island? Flat Earthers would have a field day with those images. Darcy starts taking pictures with her phone. How is that possible? The more scientific mind of Jane Foster looks at the sight that defies everything she believes with shock. Magic, Thor says in a not convincing tone. Yeah, but how magic do that? She points at the floating Asgard and makes a circle with her finger. More magic. Now Jane is almost glaring at him. You can't blame the guy, he doesn't look like the type that studies magic. He uses what he can naturally. First, the gravity fields don't converge in a single point in the center. It's all uniform in all territory, with the gravitational field lines parallel with each other. I activate my all-seeing eyes of God and start explaining. Asgard is not big too. Like a big city, so it's not like it needs to collapse in itself and make a ball. You can see even gravity force with your eyes? Janes asks me shocked. Yes. I can see much more than that, my dear. I just checked a lot of things in Asgard, by the way. I would give everything to have your eyes. She whispers while looking at Asgard again. I can share. Temporarily. And with those words, I share my vision with all of them. Their eyes change like mine, glowing completely blue and with the intricate patterns that are already well known around the world. I felt some resistance with Thor, but it was not a problem in the end. Maybe because he didn't see it as a threat. Oh, so many colors, Darcy coos while enjoying the change of scenery. Jane, again, is a more inquisitive mind. Eidolon, what that orange means? She points, and those lines? And that cloud that just disappeared? And those wisps? I patiently explain everything about the many forces of the universe, people's vitality and thoughts leaking, the magic spells around Asgard, and the invisible connection with Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is in a pocket dimension behind the royal palace. It's impressive that you can see it, my friend. Thor praises, it's not that well hidden. I guess you guys don't mind that much. I answer humbly. And is not a force that is easy to hide. When you siphon energy for something, is impossible for you to hide it completely. To use the Bifrost, they have no choice but to allow some weak points. My paranoid mind is almost itching, but I'm already used to it. My many hidden facilities under the world are also being cloaked half-assedly. To my standards. It would not be strange if smart people find it if they put their minds to it. But then I would detonate the whole place. As we continue talking, we finally reach Asgard. Third-person POV Earth/Midgard, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier Nick Fury was having a talk with Agent Romanoff in his office when suddenly two visitors just popped off thin air. The click of the gun's safety locks interrupts the talk as the two agents point their weapons to the intruders. Calm down. Huntress says while raising her arms, it's a novelty to her to do this that easily. She needs to remember herself, she is bulletproof now. Chill out and stop pointing those things at me. You don't want no one getting hurt. Lady Jade is not so diplomatically. A fiery green finger slowly inches close to the gun that Black Widow is pointing at her, intending to melt it like an ice cream. Black Widow takes her gun away fast enough to not lose it. Good girl. Shago smirks sardonically. Do all of you from your group like to do these kinds of entrances? Can't you call beforehand? Fury says, annoyed while sitting down again, but not letting his guard down. Just keeping tradition. Shago shrugs while unceremoniously also sitting in a chair and even putting her feet on Fury's desk. She knows how to play the game of power too. After all, the guy is not around. This makes the eyebrows of the agent shoot up. Where's Eidolon? Natasha asks. Shago glares at her. It's Sir Eidolon to you. Or Lord or God. She spats. Can I call him Daddy Eidolon? Natasha shoots back with a sultry smile. Oh, stop that. Let's deliver the message so we can get out. Helena interrupts Shago when she is about to give her response. Eidolon went to Asgard. She says to the two agents. Because of the convergence? Fury asks, yes. I don't know the details, but there are problems on the other side that he will take care of, and we should take care of things on this side. Helena explains, did you all find Dr. Selvig? We should start building the place to concentrate the convergence in a single location. Fury and Natasha look at each other for a moment before Fury says in a strange tone, yes, we found him. And he turns the screen of his computer to show Dr. Selvig, running naked around the Stonehenge like a lunatic while carrying some equipment and shouting things like, I'm trying to save you all, to the police pursuing him. You? Why did you show it to me? Shago says, grossed out, almost puking. If I saw, you should see it too. Saving the world is a dirty job. Natasha pokes the green woman. And you know a lot about dirty jobs, right? Black Widow. Shago fires back, without a filter like always. Natasha glares at her like she is a second away from pulling her gun and blasting Shago's smirk off her face with bullets. Helena shakes her head at the two and addresses Fury, even if the scene is unpleasant. It showed that the man already predicted the convergence alone. This is a good step. I agree. Do we have your cooperation? Fury asks, we will give Dr. Selvig the data that we have. Helena nods. Svartalfheim, a controlled chaotic situation, is happening in a black place in this dark realm. You are leading us to our doom, Malekith. A blue-skinned woman with pointed ears, and wearing fancy clothes shouts as her arms are held by strong men seemingly from the same race. This is Alphys, the queen of the Dark Elves, who right now is on the receiving end of a coup. I'm leading us to a new era. A dark elf male in armor and regal features that are marred by the half-burned part of his face speaks. We will not be bound to this dark place. When darkness spread everywhere. He opens his arms in a grandiose gesture. You madman! We don't have the forces to accomplish such a feat. Alphys shouts as the soldiers struggle to keep her down. Her royal blood makes her stronger than most of her race. But the means presented themselves to us. The 9 realms are in chaos and the convergence approaches. Isn't this a sign that is the moment? Malekith talks with a crazy smile, closing his eyes like is bathing in the darkness of the providence of his destiny. You're totally wrong. The battles are already ending and the realms are falling into peace again. The convergence is off in its timing. This is the sign that we shouldn't do it now. She tries to argue, it's already proven that the heart of rebellion beats all around the 9 realms. They are defeated? But this is even better for us. When I save them from the clutches of the Aesir, my superiority will be incontestable. He clenches his fists. This is really his moment. Like the 9 realms, everything else is aligning with him to conquer every that he deserves. That is his right. Malekith, you scum. The queen shouts in anger, finally noticing that it is impossible to argue with this fanatic. Take the queen back to her quarters. He dismissively waves his hand to the soldiers. Don't worry, I will release you when we win. He looks at the distance, not even giving her an inch of his attention. Then you also shall acknowledge my superiority. Queen Elflies is dragged away, but she fights every step fiercely, raining curses at him and at his men. She is not any fragile monarch. They are not as such in the Dark Elves. They are a very belligerent race, but she can be considered a pacifist when compared with Malekith. She will understand eventually. Malekith repeats to himself, not once thinking that he is wrong, my lord. And soldier approaches and kneels down to him. The preparation to create the cursed is complete. We are just waiting for you to start the ritual. Malekith reveals a sad expression. What a great sacrifice those proud warriors of our race are ready to make. It fills my heart with both joy and sadness. He really appears to be grieving for them, empathizing with their horrible fate. But this is just another taboo thing that he is doing that goes against the laws of the 9 realms. I can't sacrifice any less. His hand reaches to touch the burned part of his face. Prepare the travel to Alfheim. We are going there when we finish the ritual. Asgard, Thor, Eidolon, and Darcy watch from the side as the Aesir healers from the royal palace walk around Jane, who is lying down in a machine that she is arguing about how it's called. Is this a quantum field generator? Jane asks as she fails to be still to be scanned. It's a soul forge. And the healer answers with a professional voice. Does this soul forge transfer molecular energy from one place to another? Jane asks. The healer pauses, surprised that she gets it right. Yes. Then Jane whispers in the trio's direction, it's a quantum field generator. Same thing, different principles, different names. Eidolon comments, the soul forge is created using magic, but is said that advanced enough technology is not different from magic. To the side, his super senses can hear the healer giving some bad news to Thor. Suddenly the doors of the infirmary are open and 2 individuals enter. But those are not just some individuals. What is the meaning of this? The man that anyone can guess who he is asks in an authoritative tone, Father, Mother. Thor says while approaching Odin as the healers move away. Father? Mother? Jane sits up with wide eyes while eyeing the king of Asgard and his queen. Probably that is not how she imagined meeting her boyfriend's parents would go. Eidolon is another that is looking at the newcomers carefully. The All-Father, king of Asgard and protector of the 9 realms, Odin Borson is an imponent figure of 6 feet 9 inches feet, 2.06 m, of muscle, clad in golden armor. If not for his aged features and white beard, one would not think that he is an old man. Hector has seen bigger in the One Piece world, but only the Ancient One even gives the same feeling that Odin gives. I can't win. He accepts reality fast. There's no way to win against this guy. It's the single and first thought in his mind. Even when he knows that Odin is old and can't use much of his power before falling into his famous Odin sleep, even with the millions of miniaturized weapons of mass destruction in his inventory, or with all his hacks. He can't win. Finally, he is face to face with the ceiling of this multiverse. That's as what a god should be, all-powerful. Whatever bullshit excuse writers come to make this guy lose. HMPF. He scoffs in his mind and doesn't complete his thought. The Ancient One is similar, but he is too friendly with Hector to give this oppressive feeling. And the Ancient One is human, maybe with a lucky strike, he can be taken down. Hector always says, if the opponent is not overwhelmingly superior, I can find a way, and now he finds the living proof of this statement. Well, not like I'm out of options either. I can jump universes and even use the 100-year bazooka ammo. Future Hector can probably wipe the floor with all the pantheons of gods if my progression in power is anything to go by. He is not out of options either, he is never out of options. There's always a way. Frigga, or Freya, does not look as impotent as her husband. She looks regal, yes, but incredibly approachable and gentle, especially when compared with the hard-faced Odin. But that doesn't fool Hector either. She is strong too. He thinks, well, Vikings, maybe is not a healthy mentality to always simulate how to defeat people that you just met, but this is how he is. I can defeat her. It seems Thor and Odin are a cut above the rest. I'm strong already. It's a humbling experience to meet Odin, but he can't deny that he has come a long way already. It's not that he is weak, it's Odin who is absurdly powerful. And to think that Thor has even more potential. How strong is Rune King Thor for real? As he is thinking that, Thor is explaining the situation to his father and mother. Different from the movie where Odin is harsh and dismissive of Jane's existence, the All-Father listens patiently to his son's explanation before grabbing Jane's arm. Once again that red blast of energy is emitted from her, but Odin easily dispersed it like it was just a breeze. It's the ether. Odin's aged voice echoes and he exchanges some glances with Frigga. How did you find it? He asks Jane, but the poor woman is a little overwhelmed to answer coherently. Thankfully, Eidolon steps up to the rescue. Allow me to answer that. He gives the two a respectful nod of his head. He is not gonna kneel or anything, but like with the Ancient One, he respects Odin. He is older, his friend father, strong, and kept Earth protected for years without asking for anything in return. Any of those things are enough to make Hector respect the man. And you are. Odin talks like he doesn't know Eidolon. But the hero plays around, Eidolon, a friend of Thor. It would be more accurate to say that whatever is inside Dr. Jane Foster found her instead of the other way around. Eidolon removes something from his inventory. I took this from where she was unconscious. It seems to be the containment of the ether, as you called it. I don't know if the ether is alive or is sentient, but I guess it used the last remaining of its strength to break free and latch on Dr. Jane Foster. Now it's sucking her vitality. He then uses his powers to try to restore the ether chamber, but it's obvious to see that many parts are missing. I think the rest become dust and scattered on the wind. It was probably obliterated even more mercilessly because he didn't find it with his powers. Obviously, he is keeping a piece to study, but even so, the chamber is no more. Your guess is the most correct. Odin nods to the hero. I'm gonna take it and see what I can do. The All-Father takes the destroyed chamber from Eidolon's hands. You know about the ether? You didn't look surprised. Frigga suddenly asks Eidolon, her eyes looking at the hero with interest. Oh yes, those people are really old and wise. I should put more effort into acting. My face is naturally calm. And yes, I read about the ether. I went to the libraries of the Sanctum Sanctorums of Earth. This much he can reveal. Oh, I believe Yao is the actual Sorcerer Supremer, right? I met him centuries ago. How is he? Frigga nods in understand and asks with a smile like an auntie asks for news of some distant relatives. The Ancient One looks good. I have tea with him sometimes. Eidolon answers truthfully. He really loves his tea, that one. Frigga smiles amused. A good man, that one. Odin also says his piece with a nod. A praise from the All-Father is something that one not easily receive, but that doesn't surprise Hector. Yao, the actual Sorcerer Supreme, is probably only surpassed by Agamotto and Doctor Strange in the future. Frigga notices the confusion in the faces of Jane, Darcy, and even Thor about the talk and smiles before saying, I guess we should explain all about the history of the ether. What comes later is the power couple of Asgard taking turns explaining everything from the war against the Dark Elves at the time of Odin's father, Bor, to the power and origin of the ether. It came from before the known universe, birthed in darkness. Instead of an infinity stone, this is giving me null vibes. Hector thinks secretly there's isn't something called all blood? That is like the spear version of all black, Null's necrosword. The pieces start falling into place in his mind. This ether, as predicted, is not the infinity stone, it's simply a material to make the all blood. He decided here and now. He is not gonna let anyone take this, his mind already figuring out plans for the ether falling in his hands in the end. That is mostly all. Odin finishes his story. Wait. Aren't we forgetting the most important part? Jane suddenly says, a little nervous, how do we take this from me? It's killing me, right? There's no way to do it now. Odin says in a non-nonsense tone, but I will find a way. And he turns on his heels and walks away. It seems as a king, he has no time to waste by consoling other people and jumping directly to solve the problem. Frigga steps up to that role. Don't worry, my dear. She takes Jane's hands onto hers and smiles gently, calming the nervous woman. We are gonna find a way. For now, you all should enjoy Asgard hospitality. That's right. Not only are we celebrating the convergence, but also the end of the rebellions. Thor exclaims, jumping into the opening his mother gave him. He wants to calm down Jane, so it will be for the best if he acts like he is not nervous. Darcy finally decides to say something now that Odin is not here. As festivity, you mean fighting and drinking? She jokes, and the stereotype of Vikings is still strong in her mind. But Thor didn't notice her sarcasm, or maybe didn't care. He hooks an arm around Idolin's shoulder and smiles widely. Exactly, and you, my friend. You're not leaving this place before you pass out drunk and enter into a brawl. Hector finally remembers where he got himself. Oh no. He deadpans, making the rest laugh. He doesn't think the I have no enemies explanation will save him this time. When in Asgard Idolin POV Royal Palace of Valisjaf, the problem is that the ether is feeding on Jane's life force, and we don't know for how long she can withstand this debility. Frigga says as we walk through the fancy hallways of this fancy palace. There's a lot of gold around here, and I don't think it is normal gold. She voices her worries while holding Jane's hand to comfort the poor woman. She really passes that nice anti-vibe. Now I really despise Loki a little more. If she treats us, poor mortals, like that, I don't believe she would mistreat him, so he really has no reason for his betrayal beyond his own feelings. He is already rotten in the core. Frigga's words and actions help Jane a little. But I'm the type that believes one action helps more than 1,000 words, like anyone with good sense. I step forward a little, to reach the duo of mother and daughter-in-law that are walking side by side. Excuse me. It's the only thing that I say before touching Jane's shoulder. I have a lot of powers that can do the same, but I decided to use Gold Experience's stand power. Probably the most efficient life force bestowal that I have in my belt of powers. I'm careful to just give her a smidgen of life force to not overwhelm her body. It's better to start slow. I can ask later if she needs more. Well, oh, I feel better. She checks herself in surprise. After 2 bursts from the ether, she was obviously tired, but it disappeared just like that. What did you do? She and everyone else turned to look at me. If we don't have a solution, we can at least patch things up. Without a cure, we treat the symptoms. Very common in medicine, so I just gave you a little life force. As long as I continue, you will not die, it will buy us time too. I explain, that's excellent. Frigga smiles brightly, the more pressing issue is solved like that. I was already going through my memories to find some spells that could do the same. Thank you, my friend. This put my mind at ease. Thor clasps my shoulder. I just shrugged. It's a little uncomfortable to be thanked so directly like that. I remember Siko teasing me about it. Don't think much about it. Part of a hero's job is exactly giving peace of mind to people. I say dismissively before addressing a little more serious issue that can happen in the future. The thing is, this is just a temporary measure. We know little about the ether. Maybe he will need more and more life force, and Jane may not resist the transfusion. We bought time, but we should still hurry up. I say maybe I'm worrying about them too much, but my overthinking mind can't help but consider all the ways things can go wrong. That's true, but don't worry. With my husband working on it, it will not take long. Frigga nods and then smiles. Just enjoy what Asgard has to offer. She says to calm down Jane. I decided to try another method. Approaching Jane again, I talked with her body. Oi ether, I have much more life force than in her. Why don't you come to my body, huh? I put my hand on her shoulder again and shook her a little, nudging the ether to jump ships. Come on. The rest look at me strangely, and after some time I give up. Raising my hands in the air, my palms horizontally to the ceiling, I shrug my shoulders again. Well, it cost nothing to try. And I was testing its sentience. Frigga giggles a little behind her mouth like a mother who saw a toddler do something silly and cute. It was a good try, and we really never know. You would be surprised how many times difficult problems can be solved very easily if you think a little outside the box. The rest also laughs a little. Now I don't know if the ether is dumb and only acts on instincts, or if is smart and knew that was a trap. I can't help but consider the options. I think is the first option, but is better to keep an open mind. Eventually, Frigga and our group parted ways. She is going to the library and I wanted to follow her. It's the Library of Asgard. It must have a lot of interesting books there, and using the Friend of Thor status, I think I would be able to read almost everything. But Thor offered to give us a tour around the palace and promised that I could check it later. The library will not go anywhere, my friend. Come, let me show you some more interesting places. The God of Hammers, unsurprisingly, is not a fan of books. Like the mead hall? Or the training yard? I raise an eyebrow at him. He only smiles brightly while guiding us through the palace. But our path is suddenly blocked by a batch of people walking in cuffs, being guided by some Aesir guards and Lady Sif. Thor greets the woman warrior warmly. The dark-haired, blue-eyed female warrior turns to look at us. She's just my type. Damn, Xena and Diana. You did irrevocable damage to my psyche. Thor. She also opens a smile when she sees him, but her face stiffens a little when she spots us. Well, I don't want to gossip, but I would say that her face stiffened when she saw Jane. Oh, Darcy appears to have noticed the same if the way she is poking me with her elbow is anything to go by. And if we noticed, yep, Jane is also frowning. Only Thor appears to be oblivious to the sudden mood shift, chatting happily with his old friend, and I think ex-lover. I heard some stories. But Thor is not dumb. He is using one of my techniques. Play dense. Well done, Thor. Well done. I underestimated you. You know them. Thor turns a little to point at us. This is Jane Eidolon and Jane's assistant, Darcy. He introduced us. You don't need to add the assistant part every time, you know? Darcy huffs, well met. Sif nods at us, and her eyes appear to purposefully avoid Jane, and decides to focus on me. I remember you from Loki's Folly. Thor said a lot of good things about you. Probably all in exaggeration. I wave my hand. No need to be humble. Heimdall also shared your exploits during that battle. I have to say that is a more than excellent display. She retorts, complimenting me. Is that so? But I can only think about the Heimdall part. Decent, I hate it. But okay. It's not like they will reveal my identity or something if he is even interested in it. Yes, I hope we can exchange points and spar in the future. I will be abusing Thor's hospitality for a while, so it will be my honor. I nod, by the way. Those people. I gesture to the line of cuffed people walking behind her. I'm taking those rebels to the dungeons. There, they will wait for the Allfather's judgment. Sif answers easily, dungeons, huh? I scratch my chin. Can I accompany you? I ask while looking between her and Thor. It's okay to refuse. I don't think it's right for a guest to wander around those forbidden places either. But in this special circumstance, I can only ask. It will be no problem. Not the first place that I would choose to start this tour. To be honest, Thor says, accepting my request without a problem. I'm just curious. I say. Secretly I am looking around the horde of prisoners. They are much more numerous than shown in the movie. Thousands of them. In the plot of the movie, I remember that there's a Trojan horse hidden between those prisoners, but I can't find him even with my eyes. Did he already go? Or it's another batch coming? I think the safest way is to keep an eye on the dungeon entrance then. Hence why I asked to accompany Lady Sif. Follow us. The warrior woman nods in a more serious way and leads us together with the prisoners. We go down into the depths of the palace, and every area becomes less fancy and more Spartan, but my eyes can still see that the seemingly normal walls are made of incredible materials and filled with enchantments. You want to see it? Here we are. But there's nothing fun here. Sif turns to say to us as the other Aesir guards lead the batch of prisoners even lower, the most dangerous criminals are on this upper parts. From our high view, we can see a lot of cells where the walls are made of some golden light instead of iron bars. Shouldn't the most dangerous be lower? Darcy asks a fair question. Down there is more spacious, here the enchantments are stronger. Sif explains, even if you escape the cells in the lower levels you will have no choice but to escape through here. So we guard much heavily this floor. I see. I nod and check the cells. I see some familiar faces. I comment casually and give Thor a side glance. His face is complicated while he stares at a particular cell. Then, like he decided something, he started walking to the said cell without saying a word. After the rest of us exchange some glances, we follow him. Well, look who deigned himself to grace us with his presence. And drawled voice talks from the cell. What I owe the son of Odin and the future king of Asgard this gift that he bestows upon me? Loki. Thor says in a grave tone as he stops in front of Loki's cell. Thor. The god of lies says in the same tone of voice, a way to mock his stepbrother. His green eyes leave Thor for some moments as he swept over the rest of us. I have to say, brother, in the past, you surrounded yourself with better company. He does some shots at us. I obviously ignore him. For now. It's Thor's moment to confront his brother. I don't think so. In the past, I had a snake in my circle. Thor says while staring at Loki unblinking. It seems the two are used to exchange barbs. I'm only half interested in what they are going to talk about. I look around to see the other one that I know. She is glaring murder at me. You're going to get wrinkles. I say to Amora, who is Loki's neighbor in this prison. Shouldn't the two be far from each other? Maybe they hate each other now, so it doesn't matter. You upstart mortal. Amora says through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. You are the one that was under my feet last time. I say in the same tone of voice. An even and calm sound of voice, the type that you use when you want to annoy an angry person with your calmness. When I get out here, I will slave you and make you kill everything you hold dear. She threatens with a vicious expression. Is that so? I ask in an even tone, still calm. Till I'm not. I suddenly return her glare with a glare of my own. These cells prevent magic from inside out, but no prison is perfect. Meta powers from the outside still work, even with the preventions against space manipulation. Amora wheezes as my arm appears in front of her, coming from a wormhole, and starts squeezing her neck. That's the limit, only an arm. More than enough to kill her. The scary thing is that the mantle covers my body, so no one saw it coming. Everything went from 0 to 100 too fast. If you're so hell-bent on vengeance, maybe I should kill you here and now. My voice is cold, and the surroundings are hit by my aura and will. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed how the people were affected too, my friends and the prisoners. Arg. Gah. Amora claws my arm and tries to open my fingers, but it's like they are locked in space. I wait and wait, till she notices her efforts are futile. I wait till I can feel her start to accept death. And release her, letting her fall to her knees, a mess of drool and snot trying to recover her breath. But I will not overstep my boundaries. I look down at her with disgust. This cell is your safe haven, Amora. If I were you, I would not leave it. I put some countermeasures on her so that she couldn't catch me off guard in the future. Seeing her still glaring at me, despite the fear in her eyes, I decide to mess with her a little. Humming, I take a plaque from beneath my mantle and write some words with my fingers and put it in the top of her cell. Dopft. Everyone's eyes go wide upon seeing the plaque before they start laughing. They tried holding back a little, but they couldn't. What did you do? Amora asks annoyed. From her cell she can't see what I wrote. Obviously, no one is going to tell her, it's much funnier this way. Seeing her desperately asking why they're laughing at her only makes the situation funnier. Sif is the one that laughs the loudest. It seems she has some grudge against Amora. 3 dog. By the way, in the plaque is written, Audacity population. This bitch, it seems that you are a jokester too. Loki's voice cuts our good mood, making me look at him. Better than you. And your mother. I say, that after all, she spent 9 months to make this sad joke that is you. Pfft. Darcy puts her hand in front of her mouth and hides behind Jane to laugh. Jane on her part closed her eyes and tried her best to control herself, her trembling shoulders a sign of her struggle. Thor and Sif, and even other prisoners are not that considerate. They openly laugh at Loki. The god of mischief's face falls. Like most bullies, he can't bear to be the butt of the joke. Your mortal words don't affect me, he is saying before I interrupt. Not even trying to clap back? I'm disappointed in you. I shake my head. At least, I'm not alone on this. Let's see, there's Odin, Frigga, Thor, your army yourself. I started using my fingers to count everyone he disappointed. At this point, some veins are popping on the annoying god's forehead. He glares at me not differently from how Amora did a moment ago. Are you gonna threaten me too? I ask, a veiled threat underneath my tone of voice, remembering him what I just did with Amora after she threatened me. It seems he is too smart to do that. If you're not gonna say anything, hear me out then. I approach his cell to stare at him. I met your mom, Frigga, not the frost giant one, just now. Good woman, she remembered me of mine. Patient, with a big heart, all forgiving. Loki doesn't react at the praise of his stepmother. He knows that some sort of unwanted scolding is coming. The difference is that mine is dead. I suddenly reveal, the shift is so abrupt that the mood instantly gets weird. I can't help but think that the universe is unfair that someone like you still has a mother that cares for you despite all that you have done while mine was taken prematurely from me by people that are exactly like you. I shake my head, really trying to pass the message to this guy. Because this is the last time that I am willing to have a reasonable talk with him, and I am only doing this for Thor. I continue, I don't know how it was your childhood, but from the little that I saw, I doubt that you are mistreated. Maybe Thor was the golden child or something like that, but that doesn't excuse your actions. Their betrayal is not something someone like you can understand. Loki spats in my direction. What betrayal? Saving you from dying as a baby? I asked, genuinely curious. I had this talk with Odin. I heard similar words. What makes you think that I will give any attention when they are coming from you? Loki shows a face full of contempt. Maybe that is the problem. You only listen to what you want to listen to, you narcissistic bastard. Let me ask something. Did they ever give you the impression that you are gonna inherit the throne of Asgard? If you are not going to inherit it anyway, why are you so surprised when your chances drop to 0 because of your heritage? What really changed, Loki? What really changed beyond you finally having an excuse to act on your inferiority complex? Now you don't have an answer, huh? Bastard. I can see their plans from miles away. Odin chooses forgiveness instead of vengeance, taking the son of his enemy to raise him as a better person. He stopped the violence when he was winning so that you and Thor could reign in a peaceful time. He gave a very hard and dangerous first step. I nod to myself. I wouldn't be capable of doing that. Yes, I suddenly have 5 stepdaughters, but if I suddenly found the Kingpin infant son, how I would give him to adoption. I would never raise him on my own. Odin is much more forgiving than me, and this is when Kingpin's son would never threaten me. Loki, on the other hand, the All-Father, is a great man. A pity that his leap of faith failed. I look at Loki with pity, without hiding how little I think of him. You proved him wrong when he did the right thing. The universe is really unfair. An uncomfortable silence settles, but I'm too thick-skinned to care about uncomfortable silences. Well, thanks for listening to my rant. I doubt that trying to shed some light on your situation is gonna help. You probably will sulk and think something like, no one understands me, like an edgy teen, but whatever. I only wasted my words on you because of your family. Then I change my demeanor. To the eidolon that deals with criminals, now these words come from me. I glare at him coldly before I start speaking. Your family still believes that there is a chance of redemption. They are willing to wait for a long time for that moment when you will come to your senses. 100, 500, 1,000 years. I'm not that patient. I believe that you are the scorpion of a famous fable on Midgard. In a few words, a frog was helping a scorpion to cross a river, but the scorpion stung the frog, making them both drown and die. Why did you doom us both? The frog asked. It's on my nature to sting, the scorpion answered. I explain, like the scorpion, it on your nature to be deceitful, god of lies. You are gonna betray and hurt them again and again. Every chance that they give you to cross the river, you are not gonna resist stinging them, just for the sake of stinging them. My words hit the sore spot of both Thor and Loki. It's something that they intrinsically understand deep down in their hearts, but they never dared to think much about it. Maybe they don't want to face it yet. Me saying them out loud is like forcing them to face reality. Thor can't help but show a sad expression on his face. I continued, said that, as a hero, I want to believe that everyone has the potential to good. In a million years you may notice that their love for you is much more important than whatever petty feelings you hold in your poisonous heart. But like I said, I'm not that patient. I step close to the cell, our faces only separated by the golden magic screen. Stay away from Midgard, Loki. Do you mischief anywhere else? I threaten, or what? He challenges, I will end up being at odds with Thor. I let killing intent drip from my words as I stare at him deeply. I'm really fucking serious and I want him to know that. A part of me does not want that. I don't want to create this rift with my friend, I don't want to bring this grief to Frigga, and I don't want to step on Odin's toes. But I'm gonna do it if Loki pulls another shit on Earth again. I'm Earth's protector, I will defend it from those so-called gods that look down on us even if I have to cut the root of Yggdrasil that connects us with the rest of the 9 realms. The surroundings get suffocating because I'm not suppressing my coercion, but after staring at Loki enough to make my point clear, I turn around and start walking away. The pressure disappeared together with my change in demeanor. I saw everything here. Let's go. I walk out of the dungeon, the rest following immediately. Thor gives one last look at Loki before accompanying Jane. I can't help but give one last shot to the prisoner. If you feel lonely, just say it. We can bring you a horse or something. I shout while waving my hand without looking back. Ha! Did that rumor really gain attention on Midgard? Sif laughs full of joy, Lady Sif. So you are involved in this? I look at her smiling, he cut my hair. She defends herself. Good job. After holding my laugh for some time, I pat her shoulder and praise her for her good service. From here, I can feel Loki's anger with my empathic powers. Third-person POV. Eventually, Thor and Lady Sif guided the rest of the group around the incredible palace, their final destination being an open training field where they met 2 of the warriors 3, Fandral, the thin blonde man, and Volstagg, the most Viking of the Vikings in Hector's humble opinion. Hogun, the one that Hector thinks looks like a Mongol, is in his birthplace. It seems his land was deeply affected by the rebellions. Well met again. Volstagg doesn't shy away from reaching Eidolon and giving him a bear hug, his huge frame squeezing the black-clad hero. A friend of Thor is a friend of mine. He declares loudly. Likewise. Eidolon doesn't react much to the bone-crushing hug, his face obscured by the Viking's huge red beard. On the side, Fandral introduced himself to the ladies with great fanfare. He smells like a womanizer from miles away, and no one commented on his exaggerated way of introducing himself, bowing deeply, kissing hands, and all that. A pleasure to meet such beautiful ladies. Fandral says with an easy smile. Thank you. Thor pulls Fandral away from the uncomfortable Midgardian women. Stay away from her, you weasel. Thor says, but his voice does not show any bad feeling on his face. He playfully traps Fandral in a headlock and starts messing with his hair. My perfect hair. Thor, you bouffon, you are embarrassing me in front of the ladies. Fandral fights against Thor's clutches, but it's not easy to escape the god of thunder's grasp. Your everything is embarrassing enough. Lady Sif deadpans from the side before laughing together with everyone. It seems that this is not a first-time occurrence. The whole altercation eventually evolved into a fight all of a sudden. The Midgardians wisely didn't say anything and just accepted that this is how things are around here. Lady Sif also ends up sparing with Volstagg. The discrepancy between the small lady and the bulky man is a really interesting sight. What is even more interesting is that the small lady is winning. The three Midgardians simply sit at the side, only watching everyone sparring. There are other people training too around in this, bigger than a stadium, yard. Jane is infatuatedly watching Thor. Darcy is taking pictures and filming. And Eidolon is looking around. The battery! Darcy suddenly exclaims when the notification of 5% shows on the screen. Eidolon casually touches her phone and a second later the thing is on 100% again. Even Jane is impressed by how convenient that is. You would be a really good boyfriend. Darcy thanks and takes a selfie with the hero who is sitting by her side. I've been told that. Eidolon says calmly, ignoring Darcy putting her head on his shoulder to take pictures. People will get so jealous when I post those pictures back on Earth. She can't contain the smile on her face. Too bad there's no signal here. She pouts. I miss Cortana. Hector is thinking about something similar. He can't contact his AI girlfriend. The thought sounds a little pathetic. AI girlfriend. They are many, many light years away from home and Cortana was with him even when he traveled to other multiverses. He can't help but find it unnatural not to have her constant presence on his mind. Eidolon, aren't you owing me a fight? Suddenly Lady Sif calls him after she beat up Volstagg. I really want to feel your prowess. The lady warrior gestures in front of her, calling him to assume the position to start a spar. But her choice of words has a little of innuendo that makes Darcy cough a little. She wants to feel your prowess. Give it to her, she whispers to him. Eidolon appears to be unwilling, right now? Yes. Lady Sif answers immediately, are you afraid? She taunts in a good-natured way obviously, such blatant provocation can't affect him. He remains sitting, like a kid that is gaining time before he needs to go do some errand that his parents sent him. Go on, Eidolon. Teach her a lesson. Volstagg, who just lost, encourages the hero to avenge him. Come my friend. It will be fun. Thor also calls him. Even Darcy and Jane are telling him to go. Darcy wants to film it. It looks like a group of friends trying to convince the shy one to get on the dance floor. He likes fighting but is not even in the top 10 of his favorite hobbies. It's just a way of using and testing his powers. He fights to live, so when he doesn't need to do it, he tends to avoid fighting. He is also a little afraid of starting to get challenged all the time while he is here. It will get annoying if this cliché becomes a reality. Okay. He eventually relents and stands up. Cheers erupt from his friends as he walks forward and his mantle slides off him. In truth, his mantle stays in place while he walks off it, revealing his incredibly trained body. Without his mantle, everyone can clearly see his trained muscles in his tight bodysuit. They can also see the way he walks. Those seasoned warriors only need that one look to evaluate him greatly. Rules? Eidolon casually asks as he walks in front of Lady Sif. Just don't kill each other, but it will be hard anyway. She appears to find his question strange. No, I am asking what I am allowed to use. Eidolon explains, should I fight only with my physical prowess? It's a genuine question. It's a spar after all. It's how he does things with his girls, especially Siko and Cassandra, and recently Yuri. Wouldn't kill the point if he stays out of range blasting her with long-ranged attacks? But the question seems to annoy Lady Sif. You can use everything, she says while pursing her lips, each word laced with confidence and pride. Eidolon instantly noticed the misunderstanding, but he only sighed instead of explaining himself. He will let the battle explain itself. When it ends, she will understand him. He sees the warrior woman entering into a stance with her sword and shield, and he decides to use something similar. He raises his hand and brings it down in a swing. When his arm stops, there's a weapon on his hand. Something whose shape is vaguely similar to a sword, similar enough to make a good spar. But is a stick. A black stick, 1 meter long, that looks completely ordinary. Once again his intentions are misunderstood by Lady Sif. Are you looking down on me? She frowns greatly. Someone using a stick against her hurts her pride. especially because she knows that Eidolon has a special sword, the one he used against Thor and Loki. Eidolon audibly sighs this time. As predicted, things are getting troublesome. Don't be fooled by the appearance. This is called the serpent punishing stick. He starts explaining his recently acquired stick. It was basked in the demonic aura of a ghost forest through countless years. It's almost indestructible and inflicts great pain, but does not kill. It's excellent to discipline students. He says with pride because he likes his stick. Every man likes sticks. The people around him raise their eyebrows at his words but don't argue. There's no reason for Eidolon to lie. Even Lady Sif believes him and relaxes visibly. With this, I will not need to hold back much, exactly like how you want. He doesn't say that he will still be holding back a lot. The two combatants eye each other, but there's no signal, so the fight starts when the first attack is made, but Eidolon does not make the first move. He doesn't look down on Sif, but he is stronger. It's a fact. He keeps the serpent-punishing stick raised leisurely in front of him, completely relaxed, but he has no openings. Sif concludes. She is not a timid and hesitant woman, so in the next seconds she decides to create the opening and attacks first. She does a probing horizontal slash at his head. But she missed it. No, she doesn't miss. Eidolon moved. But the thing is that his movement is so smooth that he looks like he slides away while keeping the same stance. It's so fast and controlled that the tip of Lady Sif's sword passes an inch from his face. And it looks like she misread the distance. It's a subtle and incredible move because he didn't break his stance to defend or avoid her attack, so now he has the total initiative. And he uses it without mercy. With a precise thrust, he hits her neck with the tip of the serpent-punishing stick. Thud. Cough. It's not a pleasant experience for Lady Sif. His stick is already specialized in being painful and he attacked a weak spot. He feels a little bad. He has this habit of going for the throat. It's an easy way to end fights quickly, or at least lower his enemy's combat prowess considerably. Because this is a spar, he doesn't press his advantage and allows her to wheeze her way to recover. Asterisk cough, that was unpleasant. She clears her throat while the spar is paused. He puts his stick on her throat. Sexy. Eidolon hears Darcy whispering to Jane, which swats her silly friend away. Hey, the camera. Again. Eidolon asks calmly, again. Lady Sif nods strongly, putting a more careful tight stance. Then I start this time. He raises his stick and steps forward. And disappears from his spot. Exclamation point. He reappears at her side, crouched down and with the stick already in position to strike. A good observer would notice that he is using her shield as a blind spot. Lady Sif is not any normal human and noticed that quick enough to drop her shield to block the strike that was flying at her legs. Her arm trembles at the impact, but she pushes on and goes to bring her sword arm down on him. A mistake. Her sword arm was suddenly struck. Eidolon is already behind her. He reappeared in the air behind her and with a spinning motion hit her forearm. She looks up to see his smooth spinning movement continue and he disappears again because he doesn't need leverage to move. Exclamation point. Her eyes widen as her senses get sharp and her body shouts danger. Without even moving her head, her pupils move to the edge of her eye to see the tip of his stick slowly approaching her left cheek. This time is her turn to spin around herself to dodge. Not completely because her cheek was scratched. She jumps a little away from him to reset the fight. She is breathing a little heavily, her body and mind working overtime to keep up with him. Good instincts. He praises the exchange was brief but not less impressive, catching the eyes of even some Aesir who were training or simply passing by. Fandral, a guy who also focuses on speed, even whistles in amazement at the display. Be careful. He warns her before resuming his assault. What proceeds to happen can't be called anything less than a beatdown. Eidolon would never pull the punches just because his opponent is a woman and Sif would get angry if he did it. He is not using everything, but you can say that he is nothing holding back with what he is using. The observers almost feel like they are watching some sort of bullying. Eidolon appears and disappears around Sif like he is playing with her, leaving after images and strikes. It's like there are 10 of him and she is lost trying to keep up with it. But is beautiful to see. To the inexperienced Midgardian women is a super cool display that almost looks like a show. To the others, they can appreciate and admire his technique and abilities. To put in perspective the difference between the two fighters. Never once did their weapons clash. Eidolon fights efficiently. Yes, sometimes he can do something fancy to have fun, but if you break down his fighting style, one would notice that is very basic. Hit and not get hit. Isn't this how fights should go? It doesn't matter how strong your opponent is or his tricks. If you hit and not get hit, you will eventually win. That's how he can easily deal with monsters like Red Hulk and Abomination. They are absurdly strong, but they are still dealt with by him pretty easily. The spar gets a little heated. It seems Eidolon is planning to end things by overwhelming Lady Sif. From the outside, it's almost like she is surrounded by a dome of Eidolons. Right at the moment a strike takes her off balance, he appears in front of her, his body almost touching the ground, and he kicks her chin Rock Lee style. The first time in the battle he hit her with anything other than his stick. She was sent in the air and swish pa whoosh pa she was swiftly hit by Eidolon after images multiple times to make her open her guard. In his mind, he praises her again. She kept her guard up even in the most disadvantageous situations. She really is a hardened warrior. But is not enough. Her body is exactly where he wants and how he wants, a little horizontal to the ground. He reappears one last time above her with a powerful thrust of his stick. He hits her stomach and sends her flying to the ground. Juch. Boom, she makes a small crater when she hits the ground, making Jane and Darcy gasp at the sheer brutality of the act. But only they seem remotely worried. Eidolon on his part smoothly lands on the ground and calmly starts walking to the center of the crater. There, he finds Lady Sif breathing haggardly with her arms spread in all directions. It's possible to see red marks from where he hit her all over her body. Whereas not covered by armor, of course. There are even red marks on her beautiful face. Eidolon truly lives up to his title as an advocate of true gender equality. He extends her hand at her, well fought. He says, "You're annoying." She complains but takes his hand anyway. He chuckles because he understands the meaning of her words. He helps her stand up and starts healing her. Arg. So frustrating. She still seems to complain. Thor approaches them while guffawing, "I told you." The rest followed after him. I would not like to be in that situation. Fandral shakes his head, "I'm more of a head-on guy." So me neither. I can't even think of how to deal with that. Volstagg nods. Am I missing something? Jane asks confused. It is almost like they talked about something and she didn't hear it. I guess is hard for you all to see. Thor appears to notice the problem. Question mark. Darcy and Jane look confused. It's the feints. Lady Sif growls a little and spats annoyed. The rest of the Asgardians laugh, leaving Darcy and Jane more confused. Eidolon finally steps up to explain, "As I fight, I use subtle ways to feint and trick her senses. It can be a little annoying to be on the receiving end of it," he says, his eyes showing a little of amusement, a little. Sif snaps again. There are moments that you disappear, then there's two of you, an attack that doesn't exist, and then an attack out of nowhere. She is almost huffing while Thor and others laugh. So, using your super speed? Must be hard then. Jane tries to understand. It really sounds unfair to fight against someone so much faster. She remembers some displays of the speed of Eidolon, like catching bullets or saving people before they even notice that they are in danger. It's not only that. Sif sighs again, still frustrated. Eidolon chuckles and decides to elaborate further. It's like this. You can't see because it's very subtle, but I use some powers to give confusing signs. The premise is that normally people on our level have enhanced senses. They don't simply trust their eyes to fight. They can hear my movements, feel the wind moved by me on their skin, smell me, and even use some sort of sixth sense to feel danger. Then he clicks his fingers and makes some transparent Eidolon appear around him. This is only for you to visualize. I can move the wind in my shape to make it like I'm attacking her from behind. I can become intangible so that I won't move the wind, and I can create some heat in a certain position to simulate a living being. I can make sounds too. Her eyes see one thing, her ears hear another, her instincts say another. That's how I subtle fight people on our level. Ooh. Now Jane and Darcy appear to understand. Imagine Eidolon becoming intangible and not having presence till the moment of the impact, and the enemy distracted by his countless feints. He stops their momentum, tricks their senses, aims for their weak spots. Really a terror of a closed-range fighter. That's how Eidolon fights subtly against his enemies. He is really a creative person when the topic is using his powers. That's why I called him annoying. Lady Sif huffs again, but she doesn't appear to hold any grudge. Even punching the hero playfully, a punch that he lets pass over him because he becomes intangible again, annoying. She rolls her eyes, seeing his eyes look at her playfully. The rest laughed because she almost lost her balance and fell. But is all in good sport in truth. She thinks that she improved a lot in this fight. Eidolon hit her exactly on her weak spots, showing her bad habits and weaknesses, helping see them through the pain. The guy is a low-key good teacher. And you all mocked me because I was hit a lot by him. Thor shakes his head. Not only that. Fandral raises his finger in interjection. He beat you like an unruly child. Admit it. The rest also started joking about it. How could that be? I gave him the most damage. Thor argues he can't let them mock him and get away with it. I took his arm. Well, I kinda sacrificed it to take the Mjolnir away from you so that I can end the fight without hurting you. Eidolon chimes in Sif and the rest say, oh, throwing wood in the fire. Well, I was being controlled and I just reawakened my godhood. Thor shots back, and we are in the middle of New York, so I held back. Eidolon adds each comeback makes the onlookers say, ooh. None of the two wants to back down. They are still playfully smiling while they brag about their own prowess in a good-natured way. Hoo-hoo. Ah. They laugh seeing how childish they are, each convinced that they are the stronger between the two. It really looks like a casual banter. But there's something in the air. Like inflammable gas that only needs a spark to. Boom, and the spark happens. The two punch each other at the same time, and their fist connects with the other cheek. The shockwave was huge and almost sent Jane and Darcy flying, but Eidolon's mantle held them. Thor and Eidolon are sent back sliding on the ground, but there's an obvious amusement on their faces. Only way to solve this. Eidolon comments with a chuckle, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Thor smiles. Boom, once again they advance and punch each other. Different from the previous technical battle that Eidolon displayed, this one is just a pure brawl. There's no technique. Scratch that, it doesn't seem that there's a single thought behind this fight. The two are simply punching each other without putting any effort into dodging. Are they crazy? Jane shouts horrified. She is watching her boyfriend being punched with blows that are shaking the training yard. Those sounds and shockwaves belong in a war zone. This is so cool. Darcy on the other hand is enjoying the moment while being the camerawoman. They look like two Bilge snipes fighting. Lady Sif shakes her head, no grace at all. Fandral does the same. Volstagg on the other hand just laughs heartily, holding himself back from joining. He will remember himself to ask Eidolon for a spar in the future. Boom, 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 the two go like that for some time, none of them giving an inch. Finally, Thor decides to go to the next level. He extends his hand and the sound of something cutting the air echoes. The Mjolnir flies to his hands and he smiles while waiting for Eidolon to do something similar. Pulling the big guns, huh? Okay then. I also wanted to test this one against you. He makes a motion with his arm and suddenly he is holding an axe with his hand. An axe with some glyphs and inscriptions a little familiar to the onlookers. The Leviathan axe. The two laugh and throw their weapons at the other at the same time. Axe and hammer fly at high speed and clash against each other. The sound is deafening and the flash of blue light almost blinds the audience. Festivities in Asgard third-person POV Palace of Valisjof, training yard. Wow, look at this. Darcy exclaims in amazement as she circles the strange phenomenon. I never thought something like that was possible. Jane adds, not taking her eyes off the thing. Magic. Eidolon deadpants. Everyone is looking with different levels of amazement at the tree-like object in the middle of the yard. But it is not a tree, it's frozen lightning. The lighting is encased in ice, and the electricity that spreads around is also frozen, like branches. That was the result of the clash between the Mjolnir and the Leviathan axe, as expected of something from the God of War universe. Hector thinks some items that he gained are a little above his weight class, because they are external helpers. The Mjolnir is a really strong weapon. He is surprised that the Leviathan axe is on the same level. He is not the only one. It's impressive that your weapon can go toe-to-toe with the Mjolnir. Rare are the ones that can do the same. Fandral comments, observant. Like the All-Father's spear, Gungnir. Volstag adds, those inscriptions look familiar, almost like dwarvish runes. Lady Sif says as she looks at the axe in Eidolon's hand. So you noticed? I acquired this one in the 9 realms of another universe. Eidolon lies in an even voice as he raises his hand to show the axe. That's his cover story about his powers and items in case anyone asks. That and saying that he made them. But the Leviathan axe is above his skills to make, and it's not like those people care about it. The most important thing that he needs to hide is the existence of the gacha. Power manipulation and multiverse travel are secondary after that. He also has that theory that maybe he is simply playing in a new game plus, and his original self already traveled around the Omniverse and got everything he is gaining through the gacha the hard way. But this will only be proved when he reaches the peak. Another universe? Sif asks curiously, wait, the multiverse theory is real? Jane interrupts, her voice filled with shock. Yes and yes. Eidolon answers calmly, this one. He shows the axe. It is the Leviathan axe made by the dwarves from there. Things are different there. Thor is fat and has red hair, Odin is a control freak, and Lady Sif is blonde. This axe, by the way, belonged to Loki's father, that is his mother there. He tells pieces of God of War lore to them. They asked a little more about it, but he answered vaguely. Hiding the part that Sif and Thor are married in the God of War universe, he is wise enough to not touch this subject. So you can travel to other universes? Jane asks, it seems that is the one thing that interests her the most. Where did you think I trained? Eidolon turns to her, martial arts, science, magic. In the multiverse, there are infinite possibilities and infinite things to learn. I learned all I could before I donned my mantle. I didn't start being a hero at a whim. Respect. Darcy fist bumps his chest. But how did you travel? Do you make a portal? Do you have a specific power to that? Jane seems really interested. Well, to be fair, any scientist would be interested. All of those are possible. Eidolon continues with vague answers. Jane keeps pestering him, and he gives the basics of the multiverse situation. Some words, the parallel ones, are not that different. Sometimes only a small change, others derail a lot. Remember that those are the parallel ones. Certain universes are completely different from the beginning, like one where the inhabitants are pizza or another where only energy exists. Eidolon points to Thor's hammer. The Mjolnir, for example, siphons energy from another dimension filled with thunder. Really? Jane looks interestedly at the hammer, like a gateway to the energies there? I always thought the power came from the hammer itself. Darcy comments, I remember my father telling me about it. Thor adds he doesn't seem to care that much, to be honest. Eidolon addresses Jane, I will not go as far to say that there's no infinite energy, but is a little naive to think that hammer would have it. The other dimension, on the other hand, well, almost infinite, or at least close enough to not make any difference. The hero shrugs his shoulders. Some metas also siphon their powers from other dimensions, like the Hulk with gamma radiation. Or Cloak and Dagger. Makes sense. Jane nods. If Dr. Banner had as much radiation as the Hulk emits normally but hidden in some part of his body, he would die. It's kinda cool. Darcy says. Eidolon chuckles, remembering some interesting curiosities. I recently met a meta that is connected with the ice cream dimension. She can make any type of ice cream. He says, but his tone is strange. Now this is a power I would like to have. Darcy points. Now Eidolon can't contain his laughter. What? Everyone looks confused. It's just that. Emits the ice cream through the normal human exit. He face palms. Realization slowly dawns on them. You're lying. Jane accuses she doesn't want to believe it. She doesn't even want to say it out loud. She shits ice cream? Darcy doesn't have her problem and shouts with her mouth agape. Yep. 100% edible ice cream. He adds gross. They show different levels of disgust. Did you ever try it, Idolin? Darcy teases him. Heck no, but I saw someone trying it and he said, and I quote, the best fucking ice cream that he ever had. Jane's face scrunched even more while the guys started laughing. After the gross part, you can only laugh. I bet she would be the dream girl to certain guys with that shitty fetish. Darcy comments with a funny face. Idolin has to agree, soft serve is probably the product of some writer not that well disguised fetish. He thinks, remembering how weird this world is. After they joke a little more, Thor finally says, the festivities are about to start. He looks at the three Midgardians. Why don't you three change your clothes in something more Asgardian? He suggests no. I'm good, thank you. Idolin shoots down the idea immediately. Why not? Lady Sif asks, you would wear well our garbs. She gives him a look from top to bottom. Thanks, but my answer remains the same. You are not even gonna take off your mask? She asks. She hasn't commented till now, but is a little weird that he kept it all this time. That would destroy the point of wearing one to begin, right? We are between friends here. Thor says, yes, I know that. Any Asgardians here would not care about my secret identity. Ms. Lewis and Dr. Foster here also can't recognize me anyway. He concedes on this part, but what if someone searches their memories for my face and finds my secret identity? Or did someone use some power like clairvoyance to check here while I'm now wearing it? But he does not accept it in the end. It's not that big deal, and Asgard looks like an okay place to go around without the mask, disconnected enough from Earth. But the Batman on him would not allow that. You're kind of a paranoid guy, you know that? Darcy looks at him strangely. I've been told that. He deadpans. If I show my face, I would need to erase your guys' memories. And then it would be meaningless, right? Darcy appears to be thinking about that. Even if only for a second, maybe is worth it. Anyway, I bet you two would be lovely in Asgardian clothes. Better go choose a good one. He changes the subjects flawlessly, and then we can go eat at the feast. Volstagg speaks loudly while rubbing his huge belly. Ice cream? Darcy asks mischievously, making everyone's faces change a little. Volstagg suddenly lost a little of his appetite. But they laughed afterward. Ice cream will never be the same to me again. Jane sighs while glaring at Idolin. Certain things are better not knowing. Come on, Dr. Foster. How can you say that? You are a scientist. He teases, making them laugh. They start leaving the training yard, only to come face to face with a certain someone who is just arriving. Balder. Balder. Thor greets his brother with his usual enthusiasm. Lady Sif, Volstagg and Fandral also do the same. But there's a little problem. They noticed the situation suddenly became a little awkward the last time Idolin and Balder met. They left on bad terms, so a certain unsettling silence reigns when the two look at each other. But Idolin is not just anyone. He is the enemy of awkwardness, and he likes to confront those situations head-on. Hello, Balder, do you still resent me for what I said last time? He asks, going straight to the point. Everyone's eyes widen a little. Some would call Idolin tactless, but he couldn't be bothered with drama right now. If Balder doesn't want to be his friend, or even if he doesn't want to talk with him, he prefers to know beforehand. This way he can blend in the background and let the others talk normally. I'm not one to keep resentment. Balder answers in his strong voice and truthfully. Despite being at odds, Idolin has to concede that Balder is a good guy overall. You should learn to keep some, it can prevent you from being hurt in the future. Idolin advises. About what I said. I will not apologize for it. I still stand behind my words. Idolin puts the cards on the table. He really wants to solve this now, but maybe I was too harsh in how I said it, so it's okay if you don't want to have anything to do with me. He still hasn't apologized. I'm not that childish. Balder says while narrowing his eyes. His words make Idolin smile. There's a hidden shot in Balder's words, and he found it funny. Balder can be sassy too. So I am childish, huh? He. Maybe I'm a baby to your standards, but I am not the one being led by the nose by my first crush. Everyone is wincing a little. It seems history is repeating itself, but Eidolon stops it before it escalates. Whatever, you long-lived people can see things differently. Try to fix her for all I care. He can't say much about that part. He is the I can fix her guy. What bothers him is how he allows himself to be manipulated. I will just repeat the advice I gave Loki. Do whatever you want, but try not get hurt or hurt the people that genuinely loves you. With those last words, Eidolon walks away. Thor, you promised to show me the library. Whoa! It's unclear which of the two Midgardian women exclaimed, maybe the two. The library of Valisjof is like everything else in the palace, big and fancy. Books that fill shelves so high that they would be able to block some building's view back on Earth. And it goes till where the sight can see. So, what I can't read? Eidolon asks calmly while looking around. Nothing here is prohibited. Thor says while thinking, a small frown on his face. I think if something is prohibited, it would be on my father's personal study. The hero gives him a look and smiles so clearly that is possible to see even with the mask. Well, if you excuse me then. Then he takes off, zooming away, leaving only a black blur that stretches around the library. Eidolon starts reading at super speeds, opening books, going through the pages and even stopping to watch some magic books that create visions and other effects. All of this happens at incredible speeds. Jane and Darcy can only see the blur and the after images flickering. It's like he is everywhere reading. I so wish I had this power too. Jane bemoans. Now it's night on Asgard, and a huge banquet is happening in commemoration of both the convergence and the re-establishment of the peace in the 9 realms. Come on, Eidolon. Drink. Drink. Volstagg has his arm around Eidolon's shoulders while trying to pressure him to have a taste of the fine mead from Asgard. I bet my mother would never imagine that the pressure to use drugs would come from Nordic gods. Hector deadpants, I don't think is a good idea. I can't underestimate your guy's alcohol after all. He says diplomatically, you're goddamn right. Volstagg shouts and laughs together with others. Eidolon eventually concedes and with a shrug, downs the whole tankard in a gulp. The Vikings go crazy. Bam! He slams the cup on the table and says in an even voice, not affected by the alcohol, again. The Vikings go crazy again and another Aesir fills his cup. He acts unaffected because he is really not affected. He is using one of his powers to store the alcohol in an extra stomach. The alcohol will stay there harmless till he pours it out. Hector already doesn't like drinking and he will never lower his guard, for many reasons, but especially because he is keeping an eye on Jane and Darcy. There are many more people here than expected, or maybe he should have expected it. He even met other brothers of Thor too, briefly greeting them. Once again he remembers how many obscure characters exist. Tyr, Termud, Vidar, Vale, Bragi, Honor. He was able to gauge their personalities, and a part of one or two that were arrogant. They are not evil. There is another, Uller, who is a mysterious guy that he didn't meet. He also knows about Aldrich or Angela, because of his meta-knowledge. Funny how the only one that he remembers is the one that is not here and few people know of her existence. Should I throw the bomb? Say that I saw in another universe? And there's a high chance is similar here. He ponders but in the end, decides against it. One thing at a time. He doesn't even remember about her arc. She only knows of Angela/Aldrich because he thought that she was pretty cool and clicked on her page on the wiki. It will be very bad to PR if the world sees me massacring angels. He thinks with a hint of humor as he downs another cup. Unbeknownst to him, he ends up in some sort of competition with the rest. And apparently he is winning. At this point, only the heavyweights are still standing in this drinking competition. I didn't expect you to outlast Thor's brothers. He comments to Sif, that is keeping with him as much as Volstagg. Volstagg he understands, but Sif? Why? She asks in a challenging tone, her cheeks rosy from all the alcohol. I just thought you more dignified? Mature. He answers easily, taking another tankard from the tray that a beautiful Aesir waiter brought to them. The said Aesir bent over him a little too much, and smiled as she showed him her cleavage. Idolin only kept his eyes on Sif while receiving the tankard. A simple, thanks, is everything the blonde and busty woman received from him. Sif stares at him in a daze for some seconds, probably because of his casual compliment. Or maybe the alcohol is hitting. Or maybe because he didn't answer, "You're a woman." Or because of his self-control in not looking at the huge cleavage in front of his face. Or maybe because she is finding him handsome. "How are you drinking with a mask?" Or because she was thinking about that. He chuckles and drinks another tankard. Magic. He answers in a cheeky way. She smiles and shakes her head before accompanying him on gulping down the contents of her cup. A little after that, Idolin notices something. He stands up and reaches with his telekinesis a little far from him. "Sorry guys, this one is mine." He just saved the drunk Darcy from being surrounded by some Aesir who apparently is hitting on her while she is drunk. "Idolin, I love you," she shouts at him with her slurred voice, still holding her phone in the hand that is not holding a cup. "Thank you." Idolin pats her back, unaffected by her attitude. "You shouldn't have drank anything here. But we are between Vikings. And I drank just a little teeny willy few cup." She puts her fingers together to show how little she drank. "It would be enough. It could even have killed you." He says, "Relax, you are such a worrywart." She swings from side to side on his lap. "It's part of my job." "Ah yes, you a hero." She suddenly tries to focus and stares at him. "Idolin, did anyone even give you the hero reward?" She asks, putting her face close to his. He gets what she means. "No." He answers with a deadpan face, "Then tonight is the night. You deserve the suck 3000. She shouts and starts going down, leaving his lap and positioning herself between his legs. "Okay, calm down." But Idolin easily brings her back to sit on his lap. At this point, he decides to help her break down the alcohol in her blood with his powers. "Idolin, can I see your face?" She whispers to him, holding his jaw lovingly. "You are so perfect. I just want to marry you and have your babies." She says between her teeth, "Horny." This talk interests Sif. Not the baby part, the part about seeing his face. "Sorry, it's a secret. I would reveal it, but I would have to erase your memory afterward. And there's a lot of people here, so." "No." He denies. "I would accept having my memories wiped out just for the moment with you," Darcy says, her voice still slurred. "Drunk people can't make decisions." Idolin shoots her down. Darcy's shameless latch on Idolin. The hero is not bothered by her. Even when she bites him, he only says, "Be careful to not break your teeth." Eventually, after winning the drinking contest, he decides to end the night with Darcy, finding a room to put her in. "Idolin is taking me to bed." Darcy shouts at the empty hallways, as Idolin finds an empty room. He puts her on the bed and says, "I will put some protection. You can do it raw." She answers immediately. Idolin's face makes him look like he is dead inside. "In the room. To protect you." He elaborates. "Aya. But Idolin, I want you." Darcy whines while trying to pull him to the bed with her, but he doesn't budge. "Sorry, I don't do it that easily." He rejects her politely. "But I want to marry you. I will be a good wife. I love you." She says a lot of embarrassing things in succession, but he only stares at her calmly. "Just go to sleep, Ms. Lewis. Don't worry, tomorrow after you suffer a little with the hungover, I will heal you," he says. It's not that he is petty, he simply believes that there's a lesson to be learned here. "But I want you when I will have another chance. I can't find a boyfriend." She trashes on the bed childishly. Idolin chuckles a little seeing her fit, and calms her down. "Relax, Ms. Lewis. You are gonna find someone." He pats her head. "How do you know? Are you seeing the future?" She asks, a little more subsided. "No, but I'm sure of it. After all." He approaches her and whispers huskily and playfully, "If we met, me in my civilian identity, I would not let you go. It will not be fair to your future boyfriend. Because after I was done with you, no other man will ever compare." He teases her. Darcy trembled in excitement, but the said excitement was short-lived because she fell asleep right after that. Idolin looks at her and shakes his head. She is funny. As Eidolon leaves Darcy in the Dreamlands, he is surprised to find Sif in the hallway to this room. This place is a little far because he made sure to find a quiet room, away from the noisy partygoers. Lady Sif. He greets the still slightly drunk warrior woman with hesitant words. It's almost like she came here looking for him. Eidolon. She gives him a pointed look before averting her eyes to look at the room behind him, and the Darcy. He helps her. He doesn't know if she simply forgot her name or if the alcohol is affecting her, but he doesn't dwell on that. I put her to sleep. I don't think her physiology goes well with Asgardian beer. He answers with a hint of humor. This situation is a little strange. He doesn't want to sound conceited or anything, but he can't help but allow his mind to wander a little. Oh, only to sleep? She asks suddenly, ignoring his joke. Just only to sleep. He tilts his head and answers. Good, good. Sif nods to herself. Let's find a room for us then. She suddenly advances and grabs his forearm. Beg your pardon? His eyes widen by the sudden and aggressive approach. He was just convincing himself that he was kinda arrogant for thinking that she would want to sleep with him, and here they are. I said that we should find a room for us. Sif answers like it's obvious and tries to drag Eidolon with her. But he is having none of that. Pause. Stop for a moment, Lady Sif. He keeps his stance and she can't move him even an inch. She turns to him confused. Eidolon's eyes are serene, maybe even a little cold. I'm flattered, really. But that's not how I do things. Please don't force your way of life into mine. His cold voice was like ice being poured on her head, and she sobered a little. Don't you want to do it? Her face shows indescribable emotions. Eidolon audibly sighs seeing that. Now how do I deal with it? He thinks for a moment before deciding. Walk with me a little. He offers her his arm and she grabs his biceps without hesitation. But he doesn't guide her to some desert place to do unspeakable things, no. The two walk back to the rowdy party. Eidolon guides her to a balcony where they can observe everyone happening at the party. No one even looks up. They are somewhat hidden in this slightly dark balcony. Sorry, but I will have to refuse your advances. He says plainly as the two walk to the edge of the balcony, but I would like to know you better and talk a little about me. That's what he decided. The best way to not let any resentment fester is if Lady Sif knows him a little more. Know enough that is nothing personal. Know me better? It's somewhat common in Midgard to know your partner a little more before engaging in the more carnal activity. He explains, though sometimes it's very abrupt too. There are many styles. Mine is a little more serious. I know you. She snots a little and says, no, you don't. He says back immediately, I know enough. She snakes a hand around his waist and pulls him to her aggressively. Now this is new. The first time Hector is on the receiving end of a hand around the waist. But he remains calm, and I know that you like Thor. His words once again make her pause, like he just threw that bucket of cold water on her face this time. He shows an understanding, barely sad, expression. There are many reasons why I think we shouldn't do this. None of them is because you are lacking in anything, Lady Sif. He caresses her face, his thumb rubbing circles on her beautiful face. The most important reason is this thing between you and Thor. Sif, who was enjoying his touch, moves away defensively. There's nothing between me and Thor. She exclaims, there's nothing physical between you and Thor. Eidolon corrects her, nothing right now at least, but it had in the past, right? She can't deny that. And it can happen in the future. He adds, making her face show an unnatural expression. So what? You are not saying anything that matters. Past, future. What matters right now is the present. She says strongly, but her eyes are locked on Thor and Jane. She watches the two act like lovebirds on a honeymoon with a barely disguised sad expression. Eidolon obviously didn't miss that. What matters is that you like him now. In the present. He says, making her turn to look at him, it's on the bro code to not mess with a bro's ex. I'm not into cheating. How many times do I have to say that there's nothing between me and Thor now? Sif is getting a little angry. It's like Idolin believes that she and Thor are in some secret love affair while he is with Jane. And how many times do I have to tell you that is not about the physical aspect but about the emotional? He says back in the same tone, but in a more low and controlled voice, Sif. He calls her softly, you like Thor. And you like that you like Thor. He elaborates. His words surprised her a little, she hadn't thought about that. Even with Jane in the play, you don't want to let go of that feeling. Maybe you are waiting for their breakup or her death. His words hit a sore spot. It's a little horrible and she can't deny them. But you're not going to give up on Thor, right? She looks away, her answer does not need to be put into words. That's the thing with me. I refuse to sleep with a woman that has another guy in her heart. He says in a strong tone, I would only do that if the guy was an ass and I want to steal her completely or something, but? He gives her a look. Thor is not an ass, and he is not gonna steal her feelings for him. Idolin is a little too possessive maybe. He wants to own the body, mind, and heart of his partners. See what I'm talking about? To him, a night of carnal pleasure will not be worth it. Maybe in the future Sif and Thor will get together, so it will be awkward. If he sleeps with her now, it's like he is sleeping with his friend's ex and future girlfriend. I refuse to be a rebound. Rebound? She froze, unfamiliar with the term Midgardian expression, when someone goes out or sleeps with someone just to distract himself from their romantic feelings for another, generally after a breakup. The rebound was used as a placeholder, distraction, or even to make the ex jealous. He explains, that was not my intentio dash. She hastily defends herself, but he stops her. She never thought about that, or maybe a little. Seeing Jane and Thor together may make her want to have something with someone too, and Idolin is the best close option. But she really got interested in him, enough to share an intimate moment. This is her genuine feelings, not strong feelings of love, but genuine nonetheless. Relax, I know that you are not like that. I'm just saying. He calms her down with an easy smile. After giving her a friendly pat on her arm, he continues, so it's like that. Don't be offended. I normally don't do one-night stands. You would be a rare exception by the way, but this convoluted love situation turns me off a little. If Idolin was a little less considerate, he would not care about the consequences or future awkwardness. He read in the comics about weird romantic pairings. He even remembers that once Thor himself hooked up with Red She-Hulk, Betty Ross, who was Bruce Banner's girlfriend. Maybe is normal in this multiverse, but he refuses to be dragged into this mess. I want my women. If I can't even try to steal your heart, what is the point of having your body? He comments while leaning on the balcony handrail. To him, it would be like a strange emotional threesome between him, her, and Thor. He cringes at the thought. An overthinker mind is a curse most of the time. Yes, he is learning to let go of that and enjoy himself a little more without thinking much, but not on this. On this, he draws the line. After saying his piece, the two fell into silence. It's not uncomfortable. Idolin understands that Sif has a lot to think of. Do you think they will last? She finally asks after some time. Her words come out hesitant, her face showing guilty. Idolin turns to her, to have a good look at her face. What a pity. I would love to make you fall for me. Instead of answering her question, he suddenly sighs and says those words. What? Nothing, just thinking that Thor is a lucky guy. And met you first. He chuckles, now that I think about it, childhood friends always lose, huh? Even when you like him, you want to see him happy. Even if it is not with you. You're a nice woman, Lady Sif. Very caring, I'm a little surprised. I thought you would be more haughty, serious, cold, no-nonsense, and unapproachable. She doesn't know if he is complimenting or insulting her, but she finds it funny nonetheless and is a little flattered. HMPF. I thought something similar of you. She scoffs, smiling a little. Is that so? Obviously. Do you even look at the mirror? She looks at him in disbelief. You have all this aura of a dark warrior. Cold, silent, dark, expressionless, scary. Looking at everything like it's a threat. She explains with a playful smile, but you are all caring and thoughtful. I saw how you treated that assistant woman, and everyone else. Even right now, when you are thinking about our possible future. Any other man would jump at the chance of sharing a bed with me, and here you are. Thinking about a hypothetical relationship between me and Thor in the future, and how this night can impact that. You are a soft-hearted man. Sif says with an expression of almost disbelief, like she just discovered a secret and is teasing him about it. Poking him with her elbow and all that, but she gets a little more serious and compliments him. My eye for people is quite good. She smiles beautifully at him. He sighs again. You are really making it difficult to maintain my ideals, woman. He exaggeratedly acts sad for not giving in to her advances. It's another way of complimenting her. The two laugh a little before he explains himself with a shrug. You are not that wrong about the scary part. Back in Midgard, I have a reputation for being scary, but only to the criminals. It's a good deterrent, you know. Here there's no need to put up on airs to intimidate everyone. I see. And I can understand the principle behind it. She nods. Even the All-Father keeps a stoic visage. She has no doubts that his presence and appearance are enough to strike fear in the hearts of many dissidents. I was inspired by a quote back in Midgard, a devil make itself beautiful to deceive others, and an angel make itself scary to ward away evil. To me, having a scary reputation and giving bad first impressions is a small price to pay to prevent bad things from happening. Sif stares at him and nods to herself. I'm really not wrong about you. She praises him again and he accepts it with a polite chuckle. After seconds of comfortable silence, Eidolon answers the question he ignored before. I don't know. What? About if they will last. Eidolon looks at Jane and Thor. I don't know. He repeats himself. I can't tell you how to deal with this sad situation. You are in a bad spot. Loving someone who is already in a relationship is always painful. I will also not counsel you on how to act. People are different. Some would not like being the second option even if the two don't last. Some would gladly wait for them to break up. My only advice is to think about them the less possible. He stares into her eyes deeply. Don't let your happiness depend on other people, Lady Sif. It's out of your hands how their relationship will go or end. And I know that you are not going to try to separate them just to have Thor for yourself. I would never do that. She says immediately. She is not like that. Lady Sif is a woman with a great sense of justice. She would never do something uncouth like that. I know. So I can only say to you to leave the future to the future. Be happy with yourself. Who knows? Maybe you will find another love. Maybe they will break up when you less expect. Or maybe you will discover that you are happier alone. He says while shrugging. You are more than a maiden that loves Thor, right? You are a strong and honorable woman. Beautiful and with a good personality. Are you gonna sit and wait for an unsure future, or are you gonna do another something that you enjoy? Eidolon believes that people should search for self-improvement, and this is not only about constantly improving or becoming the better version of themselves. It's also about being happy with yourself. And if you are not happy with yourself, try to become a version of yourself that would make you happy, without depending on other people. When someone can do that, they will become really strong. Lady Sif was a little moved by his words. Yes, she is more than those feelings of jealousy and sadness that she is having because of Thor. Are you sure that you don't want to come to my room? She asks in a half-joking tone, raising an inquiring eyebrow. That made Eidolon audibly laugh. Please don't tempt me more. I am almost folding. He begs in an equally playful tone. The two share a moment, making jokes and laughing together on that balcony. The two can't deny that more than once the mood shifted to something a little more than a talk between friends. But with the better understanding that they have of each other, none of the two act on that, and they had a good and free talk. But then the guy punched me with his new super strength and broke his hand. Eidolon tells a story of one of his captures, making Sif laugh, and then I took him to the hospital. Haha. She throws her head back and laughs loudly. He was all cocky with his new strength and still needs to be tended by his enemy. He was not my enemy. Eidolon says, he was just going down a bad path. And I stopped him. I hope he calms down and can do better. Once again Sif was a little impressed with Eidolon's way of seeing life. You are a nice guy, Idolin. Damn, I went from almost sleeping with you to nice guy in less than an hour. What a downgrade. He says in an exaggerated sad tone. Is that a Midgardian joke? She tilts her head, not catching the reference. Yes, and a pretty funny one. A pity that you didn't understand. He chuckles. Maybe I should visit Midgard again. I saw that a lot changed. She comments, curious about the world from where Idolin came from, and Thor visits so much. I bet you would like it. The good parts at least. Idolin nods, I can show you around. Or as Idolin, or maybe I can disguise myself if you want to have a normal experience. Disguise? Can't you simply remove your attire? He looks at his hero suit. Complicated. People can still trace you and find out about my real appearance. He says his words make Sif pause. Can I see your face, Idolin? She asks seriously, I promise that I will not tell anyone. Like I said, someone can see your memories. He denies, no one will look into my memories if no one knows that you showed me your face. That's a solid argument. He thinks about it. And as Idolin, his facial features are a little different from Hector's anyway. He thinks about it a little more. He is light years away, no one would know. Should he try? If leaks, it will be a small leak he can control. It can even be a good experiment. Maybe he can make a civilian persona that looks more like Idolin to be bait when he goes back to Earth. And is not like he gonna tell her his name. He remembers that episode of Justice League where Luthor switched bodies with the Flash and checked his secret identity only to say, who is this? Fine, come here. He agrees and goes behind a pillar that will hide them from the party below. Not that anyone is paying attention to them. Lady Sif was surprised by his acceptance. She asked just to ask. She still finds the mask a little weird. She wants to give a face to her friend in her mind. But she would respect his decision. Don't be disappointed. After they are hidden from view, Idolin turns around and his masks slowly recede from his face. Like he said, there's nothing much. No beard or scars, just some moles close to his mouth and eyes. The lower part of a face doesn't reveal much anyway, but seeing everything finally shows how handsome he is. Everything is in the perfect place that it should be, it's harmonious, almost perfect. Even as Hector, some things are hidden, like his eyebrows and eyes. Now Lady Sif is seeing him at full glory, after many powers and assimilations that made him flawless. Oh! Her eyes widen and she releases a soft sound, you are very handsome Idolin. Her voice squeaked a little and she needed to clear her throat to continue. Thank you. My mother and grandmother always said the same. He jokes, making her laugh. His small smile mesmerized her a little. She pauses again, debating with herself, hesitating. But Lady Sif is no coward. She steps forward, raises her chin and says, Idolin, give me a kiss. What? He recoils a little in surprise. Just a kiss. We become friends today and I feel that it will last for a long time, hopefully as long as we live. To remember this day, to remember this night. Kiss me. I swear that we will stop with it. She says strongly, her blue eyes on his and she walks closer. Well, a kiss is nothing much. To him, a kiss is not that big deal. He kissed some other ladies in the One Piece world, beyond Yamato and Hiyori. Ladies he didn't make anything official. Ladies that he liked enough for a kiss, that he liked enough to be willing to carry that memory for the rest of his life. Lady Sif passed the requisites. After making up his mind, there's no hesitation on his part. He pulls her by the waist and neck and kiss. Sif was surprised for only a brief second before she started reciprocating. Kissing him was surprisingly super good to her. It ends up being not as brief as they expected, but brief nonetheless. It was like an explosion of passion where the two use that small time frame to satiate whatever lust they have for each other. They feel each other's bodies, mashing them together. Idolin even grabs a handful of her toned ass. After things start getting a little too heated, they stop. Friends. He raises his hand as always, tackling the awkwardness headfront. Yes, friends. Sif laughs and takes his hand. After another bout of laughter, they disengage even more and Sif decides to say goodbye. I'm not gonna try anything anymore. I don't want you to think I'm a desperate or easy woman. She starts walking away with an easy smile and a little bounce on her steps. I would never think that of you. He shakes his head. Good night, Lady Sif. Good night? I'm still gonna drink. She turns back to say, almost outraged, it's your fault, you sobered me up. She accuses playfully. He shakes his head again while smiling, a smile that disappears because his mask covers half of his face again. And here I thought that you are more like an Amazon. You are a Viking through and through. With that, they say their goodbyes. Eidolon watches her go all the way till she disappears from his sight. Lady Sif is not wearing her armor or a dress. She is wearing something that Hector can swear he saw some female characters wear in the Witcher game. A loose blouse and tight pants made of leather of some unknown animal. Now that he is seeing from this angle, he can see how nicely those pants hug her figure. Amazons always have incredible lower bodies. Only after she disappears from his vision, his calm expression disappears. He almost cries. I turned down a hot Amazon. He covers his mouth. He is half proud of himself for his self-control and half sad for fumbling the woman who is really his type. And she is nice too. At this moment, the two would be shaking this palace together, but no. I disappointed all my nerd brothers. He looks at the ceiling, but you guys understand from where I came from, right? He pleads for forgiveness. He playfully clutches his chest, like he is in great pain. Gotcha. Hurry. Give me Xena or Wonder Woman next so that I can soothe my aching heart. Alfheim is the real of the Light Elves. It is considered the most peaceful of the 9 realms. Its inhabitants are friendly and live happily in this realm that is close to Yggdrasil. Nothing lacks here, and the Light Elves had few conflicts with other realms and races through the years. Maybe because this race is very diverse already, being composed of many tribes like the Sea Elves, Moon Elves, Cat Elves, and so on. The Light Elves in general really live up to the good stereotypes given to them. But right now, this realm is not peaceful at all. The Dark Elves are ruthless and suddenly invade the unprepared Alfheim, seizing the capital Josulfgard. You are not getting away with it, Malekith. A relatively young-looking woman stares at the Darl Elf leader with extreme displeasure in her eyes. Even this mild-mannered Light Elf, the Quen Elsa, got angry because of his actions. She looks young despite being older than even Thor. Her features are as one would expect. Of an elf, pointy ears, white skin, and white hair. Her body is slim and graceful, but she doesn't appear ashamed of that, because her dress is very tight. I don't plan on getting away from anything. The Dark Elf answers with a haughty face, when I'm done, I will fear nothing. No retribution or consequences will reach me. You delusional man. I will enjoy watching you fail and we will celebrate years for years to come. She taunts, why so? I was hoping that you would ally yourself with me. Malekith says with a small mocking smile. In your dreams. You are really a delusional man. I pity the people who follow you. To her words, Malekith's smiles turn mysterious. Right at that moment a hand shoots from behind Elsa and grabs her head. The Queen of the Light Elves opens her mouth and widens her eyes in surprise, but no sound comes to her. Her eyes shine with strange colors before she faints and falls limply on the ground. It's done. Malekith looks at the fallen queen without pity in his eyes. Yes, don't forget you're part of the deal. The person that suddenly attacked Malekith reveals herself. It's a beautiful woman. A promise of mine is worth gold. When we attack Asgard, we will free your sister Amora. Malekith answers dismissively, I will trust you. Lorelei answers, but her eyes narrow while she pays attention to Malekith's every move. This alliance was not born from trust, only interest. When she wakes up, you will be able to command her. Lorelei finally stops looking at him to look at the sleeping Elsa. Excellent, then we should prepare the ceremony. The Dark Elf says emotionless. Lorelei only looks at him with impassive eyes. Thinking that Malekith is really a scum. He will take the Queen of the Light Elves hostage and force them to be the spearhead in attacking Asgard. His two enemies kill each other first. But obviously she doesn't care. When are you gonna start your plan? She asks, curious, the earlier the better. So after amassing those disgusting light elves troops, we will attack tomorrow. Chapter 381 to 400 is ended. This is the final chapter. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them? Comment on their favorite young adult fantasy audiobooks and check our other videos for more entertainment.